All right. I would like to admit, chat, that I just committed a crime. Um, I put my coffee in the microwave. But thank you very much for taking the number one spot, Reinhardt, and thanks for the penny. All right, now that I've committed a crime against coffee kind, let's put in a marker and visit Longdeath. I think it's... I don't remember what season it was, but it is year 158. Which means we're 153 years old. Let's get to 155. Yeah, I'm very sorry. I committed a crime against coffee. Be the first to throw the first mug? I don't know what that means. Regardless, it is late autumn, the 3rd of Timber. And, Pete, a little stressed out, but is dealing with that stress with wrestling, which is good. So get down there and go wrestle, Dwarf. Yeah, then don't throw that mug. That seems like a family heirloom. Meanwhile, Peter the son over here is it feels enjoyment remembering playing with an axe. When people play the game that you do. I hope that you were happy with the way I asked your question, putting it on screen and kind of rewording it a little bit to try and make a little bit more sense of it. But I'm going to read out all the names of all the dwarves that are alive currently, and if you would like me to check in with your dwarf, just let me know. Eternal, Apostle the Second, Axon the Second, Trash Battery, Swoos the Squade, aka Darren, Narvicious, Sethados, Lord Floof, Padinsky the Second, Crystal Rose Eve, Clay, Touch Shriek, Pablo, Dragonman, Suey, Blackhole, Mad Hijinks, Cheers Jamie, Dreadvic, Bastet the Second, Hazard, Jeff, Diamond Destruct, Goats, Paranoid Android, Crazy Beard, IDZ3 the Second, Danks, Banana Unlimited, Pilot the Third, Cook, Pete, as in Pete for Live Gaming, Voozle Voozle, Sparkly 4K, Vinsati the Second, Gimper the Second, Chimp, Smash T, Danny UG, Simplex, Peter the Second, Belug the Second, Cade, Taurus, Anton Iceland, and Trees. Yes, you are still alive, Danks. You are indeed. You are, however, 153 years old, meaning you could die anytime the spring rolls around. That being said, you still dream of raising a family, and you are married still to Banana Unlimited, so that dream could still come true. That dream could still come true. Shameful indeed. I know, ID. Shameful. I mean, the way that, like, you and me, or the way that you play Dwarf Fortress is very much on... Not necessarily unique. And IDZ, you're 164 years old. Damn! What was the peak number of dwarves? 51. We're at 34 permanent residents and 46. 51 was the population peak. We are a little low right now, but it's okay. Crazy Beard. You can't believe your dwarf's still alive? I'm not sure how long you've been in the fort, but we can figure that out. Hasn't been that long. You arrived here. You've been here for almost 10 years. You've been here for over 10 years, actually. 13 years. You have the appearance of somebody that is 167 years old. 167. So dwarves live between 150 and 179, right? Or is it 70? You're probably going to die this stream. But you've done quite well. And does find something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, after wearing old clothing. And you're married to Paranoid Android. Your wife is still alive, too. 152 years old. And I think you actually had a kid? Yeah, you did. So your child, Cade, came from the realm of YouTube comments, requested a dwarf. And so that's your child from the realm of YouTube comments. 150 to 170. Well, unfortunately, looks like Paranoid Android's going to be a solo mother soon. Although, luckily for Cade, like both of his parents could die tomorrow, and he'd be all right because Cade is a perfectly functioning grown-up child now. So show some mercy now and again is what Cade has to say. The amazing news about your dwarf crystal? Well, you feel pleasure after putting on a truly splendid item, and you felt pleasure after putting on a truly exceptional item, but you were dejected after being unable to pray to Shim, Russet, Amber, the Red Rocks for too long. And she is 25 years old, born on the 6th of Malachite in the year 133. But yeah, no, I guess kind of the thing that I kind of wanted to touch on again is, number one, thank you, Freskins, for re-listening to the Tarn Adams interview. But the main thing that I wanted to ask, or not ask, but like state is, I think that not only is he potentially unaware that people play the game the way that you do, he has a vision of the game, right? Of what he wants the game to be. And it's not a challenging survival game, right? At all. They won't fall into lava. There's no lava for them to fall into. They could fall off a very, 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 very high wall. In fact, I did have a child fall from here, right here, off the edge of this, and go wee, splat, and land around here, and literally explode into 100 pieces, which was awful, and that only happened once, and hopefully doesn't happen again. R.I.P. Peter. You died too young. That was a while ago. But welcome back, Vergaria Paro. Hello. That's awesome, not awful. That's why you have safety rails? Nah. I did also have recently we had a dwarf, because this is a tower over here that I'm building. This tower that goes up this way. I had a dwarf fall from here, get hit by a buzzard, and fall down these ramps, down all of these ramps, off the edge here to about there, and actually, no, right there, I think, and then fell through this layer, 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 and actually, no, it was right there, because that's the last one that I replaced. Smashed the floor layer here, lost all of their teeth, and then stood up and walked away. So is now missing all of his back teeth. But is totally fine. So, also, hi, Orange. How are we? What an absolute lad. Right, Jordan? Fucking right. That would be quite the bar story. Probably went straight to the tavern and told said story. So to anybody who hasn't seen this fort before, there is a command for it, which is !Longdeath. But long story short, this fortress is oh wow, the Staney Hall formed in Longdeath in the year 27. That's one of my guild halls, if I'm not mistaken. That's my Craftsdorf's guild hall, I think. This fortress is 153 years old. We're about to hit year 154 of the fortress age. We started on year 5 of the world, and the whole point of this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years. So it's a lot of very slowly, carefully building mega projects and keeping the fort alive. Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Freskins. Like, while I currently feel that 47.05 is less challenging and exciting than 04, I do think it's in a better place now. Yeah, we're 15% done, Brander. But then again, we basically made no progress through December. More or less, we made no progress through December. Like, I've made more progress since January than I did in all of December. So. I fell through. I fell. It's technically 10 stories worth of floors is what that dwarf fell through. Fell through 10 floors. I guess each floor was enough to stop his fall enough that he didn't die on the next one. Yeah, no. So I do think the game's in a better place now, Friskins. Just balancing wise, and the fact that like meals work. So now they can balance around that. But like, he's talked about giving us difficulty sliders for various things. And I'm sure that not the current version, but in a future version, there will be a version of World Gen where you can just adjust that accordingly. Yeah. I do think we've kind of gone a little bit too far on the easy side now, but I also think that like it's a very real possibility that we will, work that back a little bit. In fact, I'd be willing to bet that. I was on day 3 of Longdeath. Oh, really? Day 3 of Longdeath was when you started watching. Fair. I mean, there will be a time when we're not doing Longdeath anymore. I mean, I feel like it's genuinely comical to read what a lot of people say about the game. Like, what is this frame rate death people talk about? Like, by reading people's stories about Dwarf Fortress, this fortress should have just, like, naturally died 100 years ago because of frame rate death. This supposed frame rate death. It's like, it's running just fine. A reindeer died, apparently. But Novi, I hope you're doing well. I don't want an easy hard slider. I don't. Strictly do not want that. What I do want, because like difficulty does not equal more enemies or more evil. What I want is a more robust set of options for world gens. So like I want things like, do dwarves retain stress from fort to fort? Yes, no. That's what I want. Stuff like that. I want things that dials that don't necessarily make the game harder, but change the simulation. I think that if we start talking in terms of difficulty, Dwarf Fortress loses something. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is like any city builder. You build enough of the city and it'll crash. I can do that in City Skylines. Uh-oh, you got a depressed child. Oh, you'll be fine. You will be fine. You will be okay. That's very mild. Art is life. Adorable. How old are you? Trees? 3 years old. Yeah, you'll be okay. No, it's... Frame rate death is caused by increased frequency of events. I mean, events aren't... Like, there's nothing that causes events to happen, though, Vigario. Like, you're talking about something like RimWorld now where it actually has, like, frequency of events. There are no scripted events in Dwarf Fortress. Events just happen naturally. So if you're increasing frequency of events, you can't do that. But what you can do is increase the number of entities in a world that could cause more events to happen, which is what savagery is, right? When you crank up the savagery, all it does is it creates more savage beasts and monsters, increasing the probability of something like a titan or a dragon showing up. Well, not even everything, just shit you don't need. That's why you should clip things that you like that I say. Right, easy. The guy from Let's Game It Out manages to find frame rate deaths in practice. I don't know who Let's Game It Out is, but I have a pretty good mental image of what kind of group that is if it's like a YouTube channel. There's lots of channels that do that. I mean, you can frame rate death any game if you try. Like, if you go out of your way to try, you can break any game. I'm trying to think. What was the name of that YouTube channel that did the we broke insert name of game here? It was something in Icelandic, and I can't remember. It was like just two brothers that just like would break games and laugh hysterically while being pissed drunk. I can't. Does anybody know what YouTube channel I'm talking about? It's oddly specific, I know. I just remember watching Oops, We Broke Watch Dogs 1 and just crying laughing. Why would that piss the devs off? I mean, if that genuinely pisses a developer off, the developer needs a thicker skin. Because those kinds of people are doing developers favors. I think I weird some people out by stating that I don't actually watch the Spiffing Brit. Like, straight up, I don't watch them at all. Are you storing pigtails? I don't want you to be doing that. I really don't want you doing that. Did I go past pigtails? That's the next question. I don't want you storing that either. No, absolutely. I mean, people who genuinely think that videos like that hurt games are nuts. I mean, generally that's the case, yeah. There's a couple YouTube channels there where they're just like, yo, let's just break shit. I mean, creating content about games, even if stuff breaks during that, is good marketing for the game. You know, it's the reason I get the screenshots from the Kit Fox news updates about 20 minutes before they post them, because I get them a lot of views, which is helping their marketing efforts. That's why they give me that stuff. Game vandalism? No, game vandalism would be like stealing a game or pirating it. Like, that doesn't help anybody. But griefing in a multiplayer game, sure, that doesn't help anybody either. But things where it's like, yo, we're just going to be silly and enjoy playing this game and try and break it in hilarious ways. That's just good fun. But I've also never seen this guy's videos, so I mean, I remember the first time I played Satisfactory, because I think that guy did a bunch of stuff with Satisfactory. I managed to get into orbit. The first day that game was out, I was like, what happens if I jump on top of this ship that flies upwards? And we got me onto it and shot me into space, and I sat in space for a total of 5 minutes and then came back down with the ship. It was very funny. The ship just flies up and waits up there. I think eventually they changed it so that you couldn't jump onto it at all, but man, that was a funny afternoon. I mean, totally. Like, that's just good fun. Like, that's literally, in my opinion, games being used the way they're intended. It's like, if you're deriving fun from it, who cares how you're playing it? There is no right or wrong way to play a game. Maybe you really enjoy just using DF hack to spawn 7 dwarves on an elf encampment or forest retreat, and all you want to do is dig underneath them and cave in their tree houses. Maybe that's all you want to do. That is a perfectly legitimate way to play Dwarf Fortress. Is it the way the game was intended? No. Can you do it? Yes. I've seen a few GIFs of it. It's quite hilarious because you can literally cave the whole tree in. Good shit. Yeah, I've heard the name before, but I've never actually watched his videos. I think I've seen thumbnails as recommended before, but you know. Oh, that's kind of cool. That would actually be a really neat mode for adventure mode. It's just like when you die as something, you assume control of the thing that killed you. That would be kind of neat. I think there's actually a game that does that. Fuck, what's the name of it? It was a little 2D platformer adventure-y thingy. Where like whenever you die, you assume the role of the thing that killed you. I don't know. Surroundingly funny people who play old games today. Speedrunners only care to play the game with outrageous glitches to play faster, but today I find a bug and throw their arms up and say the industry is dead. Well, it's not. Well, I think the problem is, Cassie, is games focus very heavily on realism. So if you focused your visual design... Yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there. IDZ. When you focus your visual design on realism, like let's say Last of Us 2, right? When you focus your visual design on realism, yeah, same. I also don't know. Trumpet. When you focus your visual design on realism, when it breaks significantly harder than it would otherwise. So, for example, if I'm playing The Last of Us 2, which is a game I'm never going to play, but it's just a really realistic-looking visual game that I can think of off the top of my head. If a model breaks, T-poses, and spazzes out, that ruins the whole sequence of events of the game. Straight up, just ruins it. Because it's a game that's very cinematic. It's supposed to look realistic. It's supposed to be designed visually to be believable. And then when that breaks, it completely removes you from the suspension of disbelief for that situation. Now, for something like, let's just say, Fear, which is a game I played through pretty recently, because, like, or let's just say Half-Life 2, because it's a realistic proportions game, but kind of has, like, that cartoon-ish covering to everything, where everything just kind of doesn't quite look believable, but is believable enough that it is still exciting and fun to play. And looks like oh yes, those are real people, but you know, they kind of look like plastic toys and explode into weird red cotton candy when they die, a la Fear. Because it's far enough away from reality, it doesn't matter so much when stuff breaks. So the more realistic something looks, the harder it breaks, and the worse it breaks, and the worse it feels when it breaks. But if you have a game that, you know, is a little silly looking, or a little bit less immediately, oh, that looks real. You know, like Counter-Strike, right? When you're playing Counter-Strike, you want, like, and I mean, like, Counter-Strike Source. You want to throw a grenade, and you want to see a dude ragdoll and get caught on a lamp and just, like, spaz out, because that's just amazing, right? But if you're playing Call of Duty and that happens, that looks weird and out of place. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that people play new games and they see one small glitch and then the industry is dead. It's the industry is doing it to themselves by focusing on realism with all of their graphical designs. So when stuff breaks, it breaks 1,000 times harder than when, like, Serious Sam breaks or something. When Serious Sam breaks, that's comedy. When a photorealistic game breaks, that ruins it. Create a new variant? I mean, sure, if it's like an open source ASCII game, why not? what bug are you referencing something specific with that, or how's that clothing coming along? Did all my weavers die or something? Maybe all my weavers are training. That might be part of the problem. Let's get a few more weavers assigned, because I know I have tons of clothes. And you're a weaver. Well, why are you not weaving then? Auto loom all thread. Okay. They're all suspended. That's the problem. I was like, why is nothing getting loomed? I have all the jobs suspended because I gave them all a summer break. Lots of games exist because of bugs. I mean, the whole movement mode in Warframe is based on a bug. There we go. That fixes my workflow here. Excellent. Excellent. Still need the one plant cloth, but that should go away pretty soon. Because all my weavers are up and running. Good stuff. But yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a people just say that the industry is dead. I think it's more of a, like, problem of the industry's own making. But, you know, that's just my take. Maybe you disagree, and that's totally fair if you do. That's my take on that comment, is just the industry is doing it to itself. I mean, I don't know what it is, so I'm just not gonna ask because there's a kappa next to it. It's a fork of CDDA. I don't know. I don't follow CDDA shit because I don't like CDDA, so forks of CDDA are just gonna go whoosh over my head. What's different about Bright Nights, and why is Novi Kappa-ing it, if I can ask? I'm not super enraged or anything. You're just joking about how people see bugs differently. No, I completely agree. I don't think it's necessarily a people see bugs differently, though. I do genuinely believe it's a visual realism thing. Like, you know, when something breaks in Halo, that's just a funny explosion that sends that sends something flying into space. While I got this clothing industry up and running, I'm just gonna go top off my last little bit of coffee that I have sitting in the coffee pot. What do you mean you think people have higher standards for the industry? Oh no, Pete fell into depression. Was not expecting that. What's funny is he's not actually that stressed. This is one of those dwarves that might die due to rain. He's in a constant state of it. Oh no, he can't go insane because she crafted a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. So can't go totally insane. Find something humorous in everything, no matter how serious. Never feels hatred. Wait, what? But I guess you're in a constant state of internal rage. Is Bastful unfriendly and disagreeable? Thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Well, I don't think it's necessarily people have higher standards for the industry. I think that the industry has just become more mainstream, so people are more critical of it. Which is ironic because people are less critical of business models than they should be. Yeah, this child will be fine. Cheers, Orange. It's also different playing old games and historical exploration like Indiana Jones isn't going to be upset to see his people. Was built poorly, whereas new games are a product you bought. Yeah, well, they're a mainstream market now, right? So when you like, if I buy an indie band's tape, I expect it to be mixed not the greatest, and I expect it to sound kind of rough around the edges. If I buy, I don't know, a Grimes LP, it better sound fucking perfect, or I'm gonna have to call the goddamn music police to come take this record back. Not that I would ever buy a Grimes record, but you know what I'm saying? But then what sucks is then people hold small indie devs to the same standards as big AAA releases, which is like, ugh. Hate that shit. You expect to never find anything not immersive? I don't know what you mean by that necessarily. Games to be a little rough around the edges? Sure, but you probably play more games than the average person who's bitching, right? Like, I don't know how many games you play a year and how much variety of games you play, Orange, but you're watching a Dwarf Fortress stream. So, and I know you watch a lot of Dwarf Fortress streams. So, maybe you're kind of like me in that, like, you play games that do things that are interesting, not games that are necessarily shit. Yeah, I said Grimes, not games. Well, all I'm saying is they take you out of the game more when they are in visually realistic games versus visually less realistic games, if that makes any sense. Hey, Magna. How's things? It's good to see you. I mean, like, here's the thing. If I'm playing, like, a kind of cartoony game and the physics spaz out, that's hilarious. If I'm playing a photorealistic or hyper-realistic looking game and something T-poses, that sucks. If I'm playing Dwarf Fortress and something bugs out and something cool happens, that's amazing. And I want it to happen again. Like when I had that ghost bug out and give me a literal, like, undead ghost member of my military for a minute. That was incredible and is a story I will go on telling for ages. You're using a broken controller. Technically, your controls were broken. But I'm doing all right, Magna. I'm doing all right. I slept okay last night. Chat was very kind to me, so I bought some new records. Got some things going on in the background. The thing that's going on in the background is I'm trying to get an interview with the developer of Warsim. What I'm trying to figure out is whether or not I want to do it live or not, and whether or not I should reach out to community for questions similar to the Tarn Adams interview. I don't know, that would be kind of cool if I could like figure out a market for my YouTube channel where I do interviews and stream them, or not stream them, but premiere them, because I had a lot of fun doing that YouTube premiere, and I know the people who tuned in for it kind of really liked it. So I don't know, and also the fact that we just had almost 300 people for a bit there during it was really fucking cool. You blame the shitty beer you have? I hope that a replacement controller wasn't too expensive, because that kind of sucks. Exactly, the immortal dwarf martial artist. Exactly. Uh-oh. We got a tantrum. Please don't kill anybody. Want to acquire something. You want to learn. Hopefully you just go read. It only lasted for 2 raids and then it just mysteriously vanished, so. And started acting like normal ghosts. But it was really cool. It was literally like Dwarf Fortress did The Sixth Sense, where the dwarf didn't know he was dead. Oh, that's good. I'm just waiting on parts to fix the broken one. You have multiple controllers used depending on the game you're playing. Oh, that's cool. Good shit. Ask out of curiosity, what's your favorite controller? I try and just use keyboard mouse for almost everything. There's select few types of games where I'll use analog controls, but vast majority of things I will use a controller. I will not use a controller for if given the option. Even if a game is optimized for controllers, in a lot of cases I would rather use keyboard mouse. You like the DualShock 4? I've never liked the DualShock controllers. Not that they're a bad controller, they're a fine controller. I'm more used to the way the Xbox controller holds. And I have pretty big hands. And I've always felt that the DualShock controllers are a little bit too small. I'm kind of just keeping track of what this dwarf is doing. You've already had a bunch of really positive moods. Yeah, fair. That's a perfectly legitimate reason to like certain types of controllers. Oh, a great owl. Attacked my military. Great horned owl. Didn't do so well on that, did you? I need to make some charcoal. Let's just make 300 charcoal, because I got a bunch of wood just sitting around. Got to deal with that. This is such a problem. I see dwarves running around trying to attend meetings for a really long time, and they go nuts during it. Really? You like the N64 controller? I hated the N64 controller. I hated it back then, but I didn't have the words for why I hated it back then. It just feels uncomfortable to hold is my big problem with it. Nintendo's never quite sure where they want to go. But I do like that they try more stuff than a lot of other companies do. So you're trying to conduct a meeting. I kind of wish Cheers Jamie would tune in again so I could tell him that not only is his dwarf still alive, but has grown up to be the mayor of the fort. See, when this dwarf went from like not particularly stressed to really stressed in that period of time. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Magna. I mean, low-key, or actually not even low-key, high-key fuck Nintendo for copyrighting the look of their D-pad. The reason, or patenting the look of their D-pad, the reason they have such a specific D-pad is because they patented it. Game looks really good, better than the first one. Really? First one was fun. It was a good puzzle game. The Duke? Magna? Because that's what that original controller was called, the Duke. You could kill a man with that fucking thing. I kind of have a feeling this dwarf is going to tantrum in here and go punch that statue. Yeah, I only used one once. That original massive controller. Didn't they bring it back recently and make an Xbox One compatible one? What, that you could kill a man with one? No, I just held one once. They're big, they're heavy, and they're chunky. It's like, I could kill a man with this mug. Have I? No. Could I? Yes. I think about these things sometimes. I could probably kill a person with this rubber duck if I tried hard enough. It would just be easier with this mug. Don't you ever just, like, look at a thing and be like, man, I could kill somebody with that? Like, that was, like, the first thing I thought when I got my, my MIDI keyboard. And I picked it up and like, ooh, this is all made of metal. I could kill someone with this. It's literally like the second or third thing that pops into my brain every time I look at something like that. It's like, oh, I could kill somebody with this. It's not really something that I would do, but it's very much oh, I could do this. And I know I'm not alone with that thought, because there's lots of people who have that thought. Not an uncommon thought at all. Duck's easy, it's a choking hazard? Yeah. It's the primate's instinct surfacing? I think it's just my brain being my brain. My brain is mean sometimes. Did I ever show you my keyboard, Aqua? It's fucking nice. Because I got the Keystep Mini. From Turia. I got it used for 80 bucks, which is like 50% off. Thing works just fine. It looks like new. The only catch is I don't get a warranty, but fuck it. You didn't see it? Here, I'll show you. This thing. It's just a MIDI keyboard, but it's got on the back there. It's got mod out, so you can wire it directly into a synth to do fun shit. But yeah, and it's also just got, you know, your standard MIDI ports, so you can just play it like a mini keyboard. But yeah, that's it. But yeah, this whole back piece is metal, and this is all really, really, really heavy-duty, high-quality plastic. You could very easily bludgeon somebody to death with this thing. It's only USB. Yeah, I went with that because it has the out options. I didn't get the big fancy one with the sequencer. All right, who died? It's spring. Anybody could be dead. Sounds medieval. I like what you did there. I think 2 people died. Domi, the merchant, has arrived. I don't know if Stone's here today, so I will screenshot this for him. I should have checked my population before spring rolled over. Ah, a stray cow's been found dead. Not a dwarf, though. Let's see what these humans brought. What are the U's? They're you. What is you? You is human, I assume. U's are you, a human. IDZ-23 the second has died. Or has been found dead. Died in the tavern, doing what he loves. Drinking and being a dwarf. Finally. I mean, we were literally just talking about that, didn't we? You were, what, 170? Rest in peace, dwarf. You were a good dwarf while you were here. And there is a child socializing on top of your dead body. And there is a, now a child playing... Isn't this actually your kid? No, it's not. Telling a story. In the mid-spring of 149, the dwarf Ficod Violence Steel became the outpost liaison of the Ignited Creation. RIP number 2, yeah. But, you know, it's just part of the circle of life, right? Has anyone else been found dead? Just a stray hen and a cow and then IDZ so far. Pete's throwing a tantrum. Ooh. Kind of want Pete to... That looked like a crime committed. He toppled some vertical bars. Ooh, ooh. My looms. It's quite the tantrum. 3 counts of vandalism. Needs a statue? Why does he need a statue? It was here for less than 10 years and didn't attain anything particularly notable in the fortress. No offense, but doesn't need a statue. All right, well, I will give you your 3 counts of vandalism. You're going to go weave thread into cloth, which is ideal. Captain of the Guard is Diamond Destruct, who's currently storing some clothing. Well, I'm just going to respectfully decline your demand, Orange. Let's see, what was your sentence? A beating and 29 days in prison. Ooh. Clumsy and susceptible to disease. Not super strong. Please don't kill him. You're the 10th highest player in Lost Flame. Good shit. I mean, playing on hard just means you have to be more careful because you have a less HP in Lost Flame. You're gonna run on normal and try to progress? Yeah, that's what I need to do in that game too. Excuse me, too. I should just play on easy and try and get a win. I mean, he destroyed a whole bit of the factories, so it was more than just vandalism. Oof. How badly did you get beat? Right hand is bruised. Right upper arm is bruised. Oh, just badly bruised. That's okay. Taking you to the hospital. No, I'm not saying you should do that, Squawk. I'm just saying I should do that just because I would like to see the end of that game. No one got hurt? Well, I mean, this dwarf got hurt, but that's because they were supposed to get hurt. Nothing that, like... Okay, shoutouts to this doctor. This doctor basically takes him back and cleans his wounds and then starts doing a stitching demonstration. And this dwarf is just watching it from the bed in the hospital. That's kind of funny. All right, so now the captain of the guard is coming to chain Pete, who's currently just hanging out in here and who feels interested after learning about stitches. And here comes the cop. So now this dwarf's going to get put in prison. 30 days. But yeah, no one got seriously injured. So, just bruises. Bruises are no problem. It's only if there's, like, large amounts of blood that's bad. We had a, Vergerio, we had a dwarf that was so strong in this fortress that he would literally just, like, breathe on another dwarf and their skull would just collapse. So, like, if you got a beating, it was a guaranteed death sentence. The elves have arrived to trade. Let's see what you think about your prison cell. Humiliated after being confined, you're kind of fucked. But interested near a fine door, interested near a completely sublime restraint. That part's good. Which is what we like to see. We got lots of dwarves making lots of good cloth. I mean, aren't you interested in your sublime restraints? I would think most people would be. I mean, of course you're going to make it about kinks. Because everybody only has one sense of humor, and that's penis! Because sex is funny. Mm-hmm. You are correct, Cassie. I've heard enough, Orange. It's time to bring my dwarven trader down so we can trade. So I can sell some of these gems to these elves, as well as the feather tree eggs that they always bring for some reason. They brought a wolf. Wouldn't mind having a wolf running around the fort for a bit. That would be kind of cool. Nothing else cool. Just the wolf. Well, we'll take the wolf. Fair trade, elves. Got nice amounts of cloth coming through. So once all this cloth is done, or once they kind of stop making masterpiece cloth, we're going to go work on that tower again, I think. Jack, can I get a round of beers? Because I don't want to stare at what Orange said any longer. We just wipe that off the screen. That would be cool. Although, speaking of bad jokes, we got a follower like 2 hours ago. And that brings us up to 13,420 followers. Nice. Sorry. You're not sorry. Don't lie to me. I really don't want to stare at that sentence any longer. I mean, it's the only theory, it's the only humor people have. Authority. You actually are? Bullshit. If you were sorry, you'd, I don't know. I was going to say subscribe to Twitch Prime, but I'm not going to give you that kind of unnecessary pressure. It's fine. I accept your apology. I'm not that disturbed. Is anybody else getting frame drops? I dropped 112 frames, and I haven't dropped a frame in an hour. So, Chad, is anybody getting frame drops? Or is it just Trumpet Dog? Yeah, I've had that explained to me in the past. That lol is the equivalent of saying penis in Dutch, which is makes it better. I don't know. I mean, lull is derived from lol, but then again, like Esso is a gas station name. It's a gas brand, right? There's Esso gas stations everywhere in Canada. There used to also be Esso gas stations in the States, but they changed their name from Esso to Exxon because Exxon is the closest word to Esso that isn't Esso, that also isn't a swear word in any languages, and it's Esso is a slur in something like 13 languages. A pretty bad one, too. So in Canada, we still have Esso gas stations, but...
I used my Prime sub 10 days ago, lol.
So you sub at tier 2? I don't know. I don't know if I understand the logic here, but thank you for bringing that subscription back. So do you know what you get as a bonus with the tier 2 subscription? Are you aware of the bonus that you get on top of the already emotes and stuff? No idea? All right. Well, let me surprise you, chat. To those of you who already have access to this, start spamming. Because we got ourselves a new sound commander. So Orange, type an exclamation point, annoy me. You now have access to the basic sound commands. The custom ones are $25 a month on Patreon, but it gives you access to the all of those sound commands, which are available to anybody at tier 2 on Twitch or $7 a month on Patreon. So go nuts. Of course, you could also up for a year on Patreon, which is like $76 or something.
Yeah. Woo!
There you go. Have fun. So I'm slightly disturbed by the fact that we're just kind of leaving the wood in the... Line go nuts. Nut.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
There you go. True story. That was a 10-minute children's documentary about a squirrel that I found on Internet Archive. That's what that's from. And there's one line, we were just watching it on I was just on Internet Archive one day, and we were just watching shit on Discord, and I streamed that on Discord, and we all laughed so hard I clipped it and put it up there. Because it's just the way he says, see how he bites off the shell to get at the nut? See how he peels back the hard casing to get at the nut? We were all crying. It was brilliant. That is how the squirrel enjoys his meal. It was very amusing. Let's check in with Pete. How's Pete doing? He's oblivious to reality. For the time being, Pete. Hopefully you snap back. Trees, what's up? How's things? But seriously, thank you so much, Orange, for the tier 2. Like, that's kind of a lot of money. And it goes a long way. So thank you very much for keeping me funded and allowing me to continue creating stuff on the internet like this. Because I wouldn't be able to do it without you. And everybody else with little hats next to your name, and everybody who hangs out in the chat and chats or throws tips at me or helps me have a records budget or supports me on Patreon or watches ads on YouTube. It doesn't matter. Like, thanks, guys. Not much. Your Dwarf's still around. You are 2 years old, and you have a little bit of stress, but it's literally just due to a lack of dining tables and snowstorm and rain. So you should be fine. That or you're going to die in the next 3 months, one of the two. I'm not sure which. But, you know, you're just playing make-believe and being a child. Which means I think he'll be okay. Already traded with those merchants. I might actually... Let's see what I can do. I might actually extend the size of these stockpiles down here. Make another stockpile. 2 years already, time flies? Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Most of my dwarves are just weaving thread into cloth right now. We've also got a bunch of charcoal getting made. You also get access to the tier 2 emotes. I got some pretty cool tier 2s. I wish I could just give to everybody, but... Coffee is tier 3. I might move it down to tier 2, actually. Because I kind of want to... I've got one that I kind of want to move up. So. Speaking of coffee, I think I've had too much. I'm going to go use the toilet. BRB. No! No!
NANI?!
All right. Needs logs. All right. Do I have... Did I cut through all the logs that were here? Looks like I did. Can I show your fort's defenses? The defenses are all kind of theoretical because I don't actually need any of them. But I have this, which I should probably work on a bit more. It's basically just a shit ton of spikes, and all of these spikes are attached to a lever that I can pull, and it brings them down and brings it up as I pull them. And then I have a bunch of weapon traps after that, which I think I'm probably going to finish, actually, because I kind of forgot that I had these. But yeah, we don't really need them, purely because we're not at war with anyone. Why do I keep spelling iron wrong? But yeah, I don't really need them, or I don't really need the defense. But aside from that, it's mostly just cage traps. We've certainly been assaulted by things in the past, but it's never really been something that we really need to fight for. Or it's not something that we've ever really needed to work on. That being said, I do have a very good military, though. I think I'm actually going to mix the Eternal Hammer and the Eternal Guard together into one squad. Whoa. Cheers Jamie also shouldn't... Well, no, Cheers Jamie needs to be in the military. No, neither. I'm just moving dwarves into the Eternal Guard. We're keeping the Eternal Hammer, but I need to repopulate that squad. I don't think I can actually put... Yeah, no, I can't put Pablo in here. Or no, I literally just did. Who was the one that was #1 in that squad? Padinsky. Pablo's the militia commander. There we go. So I've just combined the two. I'm going to keep Eternal Hammer around, though. I've combined these two squads. Because there's 6 and 4, so might as well just put them both into the same squad. But I need to populate the second squad again. So kind of keep an eye out for dwarves that would work in it. And I've also shifted around power. So the dwarf that's now in charge of this squad is no longer my mayor. I think that the Eternal Guard is going to last for the full 1,000 years in regards to the name Diamond. I kind of like the idea of just naming a group the Eternal Guard and then literally keeping them as an Eternal Guard. Any lore attached to it? I mean, important dwarves have been the commander a couple of times. That kind of lore. Like, most of my mares have been in that squad. It is my best squad. It is my only form of defense, really. They are fully kitted out in the highest quality iron gear. In some cases, steel gear. So that's kind of neat. But like, you know, it's that sort of stuff, I guess. That sort of lore. So what sort of... How is stuff, Mad Max? Mad Max, stuff is good. How is Mad Max? Kia? Kia?
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
A lot of snow is up. Where are you located? We got a little bit of snow yesterday. This morning it's partially melted, which is nice because all the pathways and roads are clear. But we still have enough snow that it looks pretty. East of Europe? Gotcha. Yeah, Texas got wrecked with snow, which is kind of amazing to look at. Also, thanks for not just spamming them all out at once, Orange, and kind of just messing around with them slowly. But, yeah, I give those to my higher tier subscribers to kind of give you guys something else for subscribing. Like, I've always kind of felt like Twitch doesn't do enough for higher tier subs. It's like the custom sound commands and like the other sound commands is like kind of it's a nice bonus on top of just the emotes and the ad free viewing. It's like, oh, well, you're kind of paying for a service on top of that, you know? But no, I guess kind of Diamond in regards to lore. Our government is called the Eternal Adventure of Time of the Fortress of Longdeath. So it's kind of fitting that we have like the Eternal Guard or the Eternal something in the fort. I think that's kind of fitting. Oh, damn. Mountain Home is not currently at war. That's weird. Exactly. It is a high level of dwarven honor to serve as a member of the Eternal Guard of Longdeath. They should make the ability for channel points, redemptions to be only for certain tiers. They should make the ability for channel points to not suck. Like, it's such an underbaked idea. Like, yeah, there's good ideas in there, but man, there's so many things they could do. Of course I'm excited for the Steam release. What kind of question's that? I want to see Tarn Adams make all of the money. And I'll probably play in the Steam version. I just not certain as to whether or not I'll use their tile set, but we'll see. There is no firewood to be found. No! That sucks. Exactly. One day your dwarf might join the Eternal Guard. I could see it. Although you do dream of, you're utterly fearless when confronted by danger to the point of lacking common sense. Yes, you would be good in the military. Takes offered help without ask for gifts. How about stress? Can you handle stress? Quick to anger? Yep. Yeah, no, you'd totally work in the military. You'd do just fine. You're a little stressed out right now, but like, you'll be all right, I think. I'm kind of I mean, actually, because they don't have a hard release date. I mean, Tarn basically stated he hopes he gets it done this year. The one thing that, like, I keep hearing from him, in his voice is whenever he was talking about the Steam version, he sounds so bored. Like, listen to Tarn when he's talking about magic and myths and future features to add. He sounds so excited and ambitious and, like, he can't wait to work on it. And then when he's talking about, like, doing UI design, he's like, yeah, it's adding my 14th slider to this menu. It's like, oh. You're bored out of your mind working on this shit. I remember talking to him. What he said at PAX, which is something that's stuck in my brain, is it's a lot. The only reason he hasn't gone and built a better UI for the game is UI design is boring. And he likes working on fun stuff. I mean, here's the thing. Well, no, you won't be buying an early access game, Authority. It's not releasing as an early access game. It's releasing as a full release on Steam. Like, they're still calling it an alpha, but it's not being released as an early access game. It's being released as a finished product. I swear to God, if this is my aunt again. No, it's my mom. Might be played. He kind of did in the interview, if you listen to it. Go to the question, which is one of the last questions I asked, which is, what do you think the future of Dwarf Fortress will be like in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years? Hey, Norstat, how's things? Yeah, exactly, Lake Bear. Wine for Tarn. Well, I think Tarn's a beer guy. There was definitely a picture of him after they announced the Steam version, which was him and his brother just hanging out in the bar with pints of beer. What's the difference? Early access basically states we're still working on it actively. It literally means nothing, though. Like, quite literally, what's the difference? Absolutely nothing. Aside from if you release a game as full release, it pops up in... Basically, when a game's in early access on Steam, if I go to Steam, when it comes out, it doesn't show up on the new and trending because it's not technically a air quotes finished game. So you don't get the opportunity to be on this scene and you don't get put into the popular upcoming here. So it's sort of like a quiet release. So it's not publicly announced here. Like, this game just came out of early access, so it pops up here in this area, right? Just came out of early access. And that's the same for any other games that come out of early access. They show up on this section right here. When you release a game out of early access, you get that opportunity to show up in the new and trending. That's literally the only difference. A convenience store beer that I would recommend. So I live in Canada. In Canada, we sell beer at liquor stores and liquor venues, and licensed independent stores. So I don't know what they would sell at a convenience store for beer because I've never bought beer in a convenience store. Because the way we distribute alcohol is completely different from the States. It's actually very strange for me to go into a grocery store and just see a liquor aisle. That's really weird for me. Dwarf Fortress will be featured. I have a feeling it'll be the top sellers on Steam for at least a bit. For a little bit, yeah. It'll do just fine. I have a weird feeling it'll sell very well. $4 days minimum. It's whenever it does that, I hope it happens when I'm able to work a lot. That was a very short tantrum. Yeah, I also don't know what area of the world you're in, Magna. I mean, I assume the States, but you also got to remember that, like, I live in British Columbia, so my local beer is different to your local beer. Oh, it just said Quebec. Yes, yeah, I missed that. But in BC, that's not how this shit works. But I don't know. I have no idea what kind of beer you'd buy at a convenience store. I mean, if you're in Quebec, as Orange mentioned, Unibro's good, although the Megadeth beer sucks. So don't get the Megadeth beer, but that stuff's generally pretty strong, so you have to like stronger beers. I know you can find Phillips out there. Phillips Brewing is pretty good if you like whiter ales and IPAs. Yeah, I don't know what you'd buy out in Quebec. I've never bought, well, I haven't bought beer in Quebec ever in my life because last time I was in Quebec, I was 16. So I don't know. I genuinely do not know. You'd have to ask somebody who's more local to that region. Not all IPAs. White IPAs are very light. Depends on the IPA and how much hops it's got in it, and also the strength of said hops. I don't know what either of those are, Lake Bear. The concept of specific stores for alcohol is kind of weird. You want a beer in Germany, you just go to Alley at a small kiosk in the corner. Yeah, I mean, like, here we have whole stores for it, which means often the stores for it have much better variety than a grocery store aisle would. Already 4 hours passed? Not totally true, because they've talked about having like recommended starts for beginners where it's like you generate a small world, not a large world. But I mean, also it's 2 hours to be able to refund. The world generation stuff is going to be very much okay, 6 hours. The world generation stuff is going to be very much streamlined as well. I mean, Tarn mentioned that a little bit. They still need to rebuild the entire embark screen. I'm very curious to see what the world embark screen looks like. I just kind of hope they just give us a map that we can just zoom in on instead of having like the 3-tiered zooming thing. How's Longdeath doing? You're on episode 11? Ooh, I think every single one of the original dwarves is dead. We're on year almost 160, so we're on year 154. So next spring will be 155. We currently have 34 dwarves in the fort. I don't know. Do you want spoilers? I can give you an overview of what the fort looks like now. Some things haven't changed much in a while. Some things have really changed. One thing that I've started to notice is the original beds that we've made have started to disintegrate. See those little X's next to the beds? That means that they are starting to degrade, which is crazy. So... you can watch all the 5-hour plus videos. I mean, you know, there is an archive, and people are going back and watching them. I actually got a comment the other day, which was wonderful. Hey, Germania. Of course I'm winning. I'm always winning. All I do is win, win, win no matter what. Of course I was banging 7-gram rocks, and that's how I roll. Did you know that Charlie Sheen is on Cameo? Anyway. But no, see, jokes aside, I got a comment the other day, which was... recently discovered your stuff, and I've started watching Longdeath from the beginning. Thank you so much for archiving all of these as full streams. It's much easier to manage than short, tiny little parts that come out a dozen times a day. And basically, I was just like super happy that I take the time to upload those. It was real nice. See people say nice things like that. They disappear after 400 years? Yeah, it's wild. So why not dwarfs? I mean, fair enough, yeah. But here, I'll give you kind of a... I won't give you an underground overview because that stuff is... I kind of try to avoid going underground because I always surprise people what the underground of this fort looks like, but check this out. That's the hole. We've been busy. Busy little dwarfs. It only took me like 30 years in game to get rid of all the boulders at the base of that. I dislike Rickards. Rickards is a very large brand, It has next to no flavor or interest to it. This is my take on alcohol. If you're going to drink big brand beer, just have a rum and coke. Because it doesn't taste good. It really doesn't. Like, if you're going to drink big brand beer, you might as well just not drink beer. Also, like, for me, red ales taste like stomach acid. Like, I genuinely think they taste like stomach acid. They just have this weird, like, fruity taste of vomit. Not a fan. You've been recommended cider? You should be able to find Hopping Mad cider. Mead is stomach acid pure. Yeah, that's fair. It has that kind of sugary taste to it. Although the mead that I buy when I do drink mead, which isn't very frequently, the humans are here to trade. The mead that I drink when I drink mead is a walnut mead, so it's got a much more nutty flavor to it and a lot less sweet. It's very dry and tastes more like nuts. All right, chat, get your jokes out. I know they're coming. Someone, if you're gonna do it now. Do your worst. No, okay, fair.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
There you go. It's a Unix system, and he knows this. But yeah, I don't know. I can't speak to a gas station beer, but what I can say is don't buy Rickards. Rickards is the beer that I'll have at a restaurant when I feel like having a beer and it's the only beer they have on tap and I'm upset about it. I was upset about it. Actually, if you can find it, Driftwood Brewing. I do drink almond milk, actually. Driftwood Brewing is one of my favorite breweries, and I know Hobo can find it in Florida. So if you can, I mean, we've certainly had things fall off of the railings, but here you go. That's a link to Driftwood. I mean, I've been able to find Driftwood. I mean, up in Alberta and in Saskatchewan. And I found Driftwood Brewing in Boston when I was in Boston. So keep an eye out for that, because Driftwood makes great stuff. Granted, their stuff is generally very fucking strong. Yes, I'm legal drinking age. So if you're going to try Driftwood, don't drink this one. This one will probably kill you. Dude! Zest the Derper. Thank you very much for gifting 2 subs. I don't know what prompted that, but thank you. Cheers. Plump Spawn and Tarion. Enjoy those stupid skulls on the dwarfs and shit. Can we get a big round of beers? A beer that will kill you? If you don't like strong IPAs. If you like strong IPAs, drink this shit. If you like strong IPAs, this stuff's great. It's just like a no bullshit harsh IPA, but you have to like strong IPAs. So if you like strong hoppy IPAs, it's one of my favorite ones right there. It's a fucking great beer. Absolutely great beer. And you can find it more or less anywhere. Because you're down. You'd rather gift than merely sub? I mean, I'm tempted to just retaliate and gift you a sub for that. I'll be honest. Got an ingrown hair on my arm. That's very unpleasant. Owie. Don't you dare. I mean, I had the thing popped up for a second there. Chat, do my job for me. There you go. See, Pilot knows what's up. Son of a... I was going to sell them wood... Coffer? What are those, then? Oh, they're quivers. Ah. I've got a few quivers. All right, let's get rid of those. One of us, one of us, one of us. This is a bookmark for when you watched me live. Day 65, I think. But, you know, at the end of the day, thanks for, you know, watching on YouTube and then taking the time to stumble over onto Twitch and then gifting some subscriptions to people. Cheers, man. I really wish I could, like, whitelist people on YouTube to get ad-free viewing if you sub on Twitch. It's like, YouTube has the ability to join or get YouTube Premium to avoid ads, but I really wish that I could just give you ad-free viewing on YouTube. So basically the way I see it is if you subscribe to me on Twitch, you have my full permission to ad block all that shit, because who cares at that point? Is there anything else I can sell these people? Don't really need any of these bolts. Let's see if I could just sell all this stuff, actually. I don't really want... any of that. So let's try and sell that ammo. And then I can easily just make some more iron bolts. But thanks for helping fund the stream. Cheers. That's 275 hours. It's, you know, it's funny because, like, I'm amazed when I hear that people are, like, actively trying to catch up with Longdeath. But then I think back to the time where I worked full-time night shift and I listened to every single Giant Bombcast twice. Okay? This is a podcast that's run weekly, and they only missed 1 week once, to my knowledge, since 2007. So and that's a 3-hour podcast. And I've listened to every episode of it 3 times total now. So I had a beer that was brewed with sour keys, the candy. It was terrible. It was one of the worst beers I've ever had in my life. Not gonna lie, one of the worst things I ever had. You can usually get away with 2 times speed. I mean, yeah, I know I've had people tell me that it's really funny when I put up the edited videos because there's a few people who will comment on the edited videos. Real fans just had to set it down from 2 times speed because they were watching my other stuff on 2 times speed, which I think is real funny. All right, humans, what can I buy off of you guys? They brought Electrum. There's literally nothing else I want from you. I'll buy the cheese. It's been a while since we had cheese. Pretty much, Taylor, yeah. Ah, you logged into Twitch on a new phone. Gotcha. I have a question, Taylor. Do you have a second account with the same name? Or is there just another Tele B around? Because there was a Tele B 112, I think, or 11 something in the chat the other day. And I looked at that and I was like, I don't remember that name having a number at the end of it. And it threw me off, so I figured I'd ask when you showed up again. And I need to make assemble ball. 1, 3. Wasn't you? All right, well then there's other Teles around. Good to know. Good to know. But yeah, today's been pretty good. Chat's been very kind. I bought 2 records because chat was kind. Got a very generous tip at the start of the stream. And an anonymous gifter gifts a sub to Tele. Maybe it's the other Tele. Thanks, Anon. Cheers. That was like 30 seconds off of being a hype train. Cheers. Can I get a round of beers for Anonymous? Rick is indeed in the mail, but it's coming via, like, U.S. Postal Service, so it'll arrive at some point. Sometimes you just gotta crypt that beer. Damn, that's quite the train. Jeez. To play some horror games? What headphones did you get before you peace out, Authority? Hope you have a good night. Can't wait to listen to it. Yeah, I mean, there's a few things I'm looking forward. Oh shit, I need logs to assemble those ballista arrows. The Mudstone? We are kind of through the era of Mudstone, more or less, but I could very easily get more Mudstone. I managed to get a whole bunch of Mudstone bricks right here recently when we dug out this tower and I had to dig back through the Mudstone. But aside from this area right here, we really haven't dug in any Mudstone in about 50 years. So I recently just got our first influx of Mudstone for the first time in a long time, but generally, there is very little Mudstone in the fort. So just better than what you had before then? Gotcha. I don't know who that is. Trumpet? But sounds like something that would happen on the internet. I've never actually seen any of Jackass, so that would probably be why it's going whoosh over my head. Oh man, you haven't even gotten to the... Have you seen all the stuff with Morden? Because you're on part 11, right? Do you know what year you're on? Because I'm suddenly wondering, what year are you on? To the bookmarks? I'd love to know what year you're on. Because there's a thing that I could show you, but I don't really want to spoil it if you haven't gotten to it yet. Also, you were commenting about railings being dangerous. This is a piece of artwork down here, a detailed granite wall. On this wall is an exceptionally designed image of a horse by Eternal. The horse is falling. The artwork relates to the collision of a horse with an obstacle in Longdeath in the year 31. That's why railings are important. I mean, it's literally it's literally a dwarf falling off my wall. That's or not a dwarf, a horse falling from here off this edge and going wee splat. Well, this was before this building was here, but it was around there. It went splat. I remember seeing it fall too. I was literally like sitting here, that's like bam, giant red thing appeared, and I was like, whoa, whoa. The wording of that is brilliant. It really, really is. Also, chat, you guys have been nice to me today, so you know what? I hate seeing some people without hats. Here, have a hat. You're around 2 hours into episode 11. Do you know what year that is, though? The thing is, I know what year the event happened. And I know what year part 2 of the event happened. Cool, I got my dwarves assembling iron ballista arrows. You can drink the good stuff again. We can get beers in the chat again. It's the ideal. There's only a few people hanging out right now that don't have hats. Yeah, is that all? Is that all? Is that all? I mean, it's a little bit of a list, yeah. Orange, thank you very much for gifting 3 months of tier 1 subscription to Magna. Damn, dude. Cheers. That's very kind. Please don't get Rickards. Yes, no, I agree with this. Please don't get Rickards. You know what you could do? Is go to the place where you buy beer, take a photo of the beer selection, and we'll make recommendations. Just send us... Just send us a picture, and we'll be like, don't get that one, don't get that one, and don't get that one. The humans have left on their journey after I sold them all of the arrows, so we're going to forge iron bolt. 10. 5. Not many. We don't need many. I've certainly done that before. Just taken a photo and posted it on Discord and done an ad here and been like, any recommendations, chat? I would do that with weed, but that's weird because of the legality of weed in other parts of the world versus Canada. And because Discord's not in Canada. In the year ETA? Okay. Well, this event happens in year 27. So. It's a thing that happens to my Baron. You did that with clothes to have your friends help pick good quality brands. Yeah, no, I mean it's something fun, a fun way of buying things, in my opinion. Uh-oh. Let's give the Eternal Guard a break from training. No, totally, but there's still better weed than other. You'll get caffeine drinks. Fair enough. For me, the best way to learn about alcohol or alcoholic beverages, though, is to do something that you can't do in the current year, which is go to a brew pub with somebody who knows a lot about alcohol and sit down and drink some alcohol with the friend who knows a lot about alcohol. So that in my opinion, is the best way of learning about booze, is hanging out with someone who knows what they're doing. Also, scrumptious. What's up? Scrumptious is a fun word to say. You have local friends? I'm not assuming shit. I mean, right now you can't do that anyway because there's a, like, pandemic happening. But that is the best way. And who says you necessarily need to have local friends? I know people who've traveled and then gone to bars with me. I quite literally currently have 2 local friends that I actively hang out with. And one of them I've technically hung out with twice in my life because we didn't really become friends until after the pandemic happened because of virtual hangouts. And it's like, oh, hey, it's somebody else who has a fucked up sleep schedule that we can talk all night on Discord. I love alcohol culture almost as much as I like coffee culture. I like coffee culture, tea culture, and alcohol culture a lot. They're very fun subcultures. Ask a bartender who's the regular, or just ask the fucking bartender, Orange. Like, straight up, just like, I've done that before. Like, go to a bar that I know that I like, that has good beer, primarily, then that's their focus, and just be like, what's good? What's popular? What are people drinking? I've certainly done that if I don't know anything on the menu. Really? I see, I live alone. And I have a weird job where I get to set my own hours. So when I used to go to the bar, I'd go to the bar at like 11 o'clock in the morning on a Friday. They're not busy. They ain't busy. They're like, well, why are you here? Go back to bed. The fuck is wrong with you, you juvenile delinquent? I'm like, I know my life's sad. There we go. Made more bolts. Working on them spiky balls. Sure. I don't really care what we put in this. Uh-oh. Well, that's in the wrong spot anyway. No, I haven't. Is it bad? I'm not in a super huge rush to see that movie. I will definitely see it. From VVS? I don't even know what VVS is. Like I said, I'm not in any rush to see it. I'm totally fine if it doesn't come out for a while. But I'll figure out somewhere to rent it eventually, and I'll do that. That seems reasonable. Orange? Fortunately, there are plenty of good Nicolas Cage movies for me to watch, so. It's going to be out on Blu-ray May 18th. Huh. Yeah, I've never heard of VVS Film. Can't be a huge company then. But I also don't follow film that closely. See, here's the thing. How is root beer a non-alcoholic beer? I mean, you could also, like, you know, drink water and coffee and tea. Don't drink soft drinks. Fuck, it's bad for you. And limit beer to special times and occasions. And you'll be a much happier person. They don't always serve tea at bars. You need to go to better bars. Like, the bars that I go to, you can go and, like, they have a full espresso setup, too. So you could just totally treat it like a coffee shop, which is great because then you and 3 friends can all go to the bar, and your person who's not drinking can get a fancy coffee or a fancy tea. Hey, look, a dead owl. I don't know if you guys saw that, but that owl just got exploded. Literally, the merchant kicked the great horned owl in the left foot. The injured part explodes into gore. An artery has been opened by attack. The force pulls the left ankle, tearing apart the muscle, bruising the bone, and tearing apart the left muscle and bruising the bone. A ligament has been torn, and the dwarf, Hazard Jeff, screams, "The battle rages! I feel no terror!" You literally kicked an owl once. Good job. That's very funny. Oh, never mind. It's still alive. I thought it was dead. Might as well just stab it. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not too worried. I'm sure I will get to see that movie at some point. Be like, that sucks, Lake Bear. Should we tell him, chat? Never mind. I think you figured it out. Just gonna say the investments thing don't work for invest all. You actually have to like type in the number. My bot's not that smart. You're just sad because you can't watch it now? I mean, we could get it from Sweden. That, or if somebody wants to volunteer their time to go get the Blu-ray. Don't buy that movie on Blu-ray. We just killed an owl. Happened. I'm working on some more weapon traps because I realized I never finished my trap tunnel. So I'm working on that. That's kind of what we're doing. Pete's very depressed. Accidentally overstocked on turkey legs? No such thing. Some of your local bars have this thing where if you go to the bartender and designated driver and give them your keys and ID, they will give you a tab if you... Huh. Interesting. I don't know. I never have designated drivers because none of my friends really drive, so. But I have a few friends who don't drink, so they just say that they're driving so that no one looks at you funny for being in a bar and not drinking. Because, like, you can love the bar atmosphere but have no desire to, you know, go drink. I live in a place with incredible public transport. Not even decent. Like, we have unfairly good public transport in comparison to other places. A tower of egg with a vertical nest box array? A tower of egg. One of the dragons that I had in my fort once kept laying eggs, and so we would just take these eggs and put them on pedestals around the fort. I had like 24 eggs just sitting on various pedestals. Made me very sad I didn't have a male dragon around. I mean, this is all, you all have choices, right? You know, when people ask me and they're like, Can they hatch when they're on pedestals? No, but they also can't hatch unless there's a male dragon around, right? So it doesn't matter. They just don't eat them if they're on pedestals, and I can keep track of them better. But this always comes down to like you have to you choose to live where you choose to live, and somewhere cheaper is never going to have as good public transport. And then when people are like, blind, but you live in a small apartment in the middle of the city, that must suck. It's like, well, it does, but I can't drive. So I choose, like, if I had my way and I could drive and I owned a car, I would go move up to northern BC in a small town because that's kind of the atmosphere I like. But I can't drive, so I live somewhere that's kind of more expensive because I offset the expensive living costs by not owning a car. So if you live somewhere with shitty public transport, you could move somewhere with better public transport. You just choose not to. That's on you. So yes, I live somewhere with decent public transport because if I lived somewhere without decent public transport, I literally couldn't leave my house. Period. Ever. For anything. Ever. In the history of ever. Because that's just how it works. If I lived where I grew up, I would have one bus that goes by once a day or twice a day. One at 7 in the morning and one at 4 p.m. to get me to and from my home. You choose to live in that town, though, PT Cato. We all have a choice of where we live. Assuming you're a legal adult with some form of income. You choose to live there. We all do. We choose to live wherever we want. Why would you be scared of getting shanked? What? That always confuses me, is when people are like, I live in a city, but I don't go outside because I'm scared of getting mugged. It's like, what? There's like a degree of truth to that if you're like a 80-pound girl, but like even then. Like I live in the worst side of town in a bad town. And I've never known anybody who lives around here who's had problems. The only people that I know who've had problems in this area are intentionally trying to buy heroin. Which is on you at that point? Yeah, I'm not talking about you specifically, though, Magna. I'm talking about just people in general. That's something I hear frequently. It's the year of granite. 35. Well, I'm still not going to spoil the thing. Although I kind of have an idea of where you're at now. That's like around the time where I'm getting close to the end of the age of Mudstone. It's certainly up there, Orange, yeah. Even 10 years ago, it was still very high on the safety list. I mean, like, it's no Chicago. Or Boston, even. Or New York, even. And then there's Vancouver, where Vancouver is extremely safe, unless you're on East Hastings. The rest of the city is safe. Boston's on the dangerous side. I'm just talking about murder rates. Murder rates, muggings, and robbings. Although year 34, that's before we started making everybody send us stuff. Sure, banana. But you know, that's something that like, you know, you come to know as you live somewhere, right? If you live somewhere, it's easier to point out the areas that are safe and the areas that are not safe. It's like here, it's just, okay, don't go to East Hastings. You're fine. Go to East Hastings, and it's like, well, I'll find you a photo of East Hastings. East Hastings, Vancouver. That's East Hastings. This is basically just like East Hastings during the day, if this actually loads. That's East Hastings during the day. It's always like that. Even right now, during the pandemic, it's still like that. The whole street's like that. Always. But even I've spent so much time on that street that I don't even notice it anymore. Like, I can walk up and down that street during the worst times of day. Not during pandemics, but... And it's fine. But then again, I'm a long-haired, kind of scrawny, skinny white dude who kind of fits in with that crowd. I have this really shitty old jacket that I got for $2. $5? $4.99-ish. At a used clothing store, like 9 years ago now. Which looks like it's stained with coffee. And looks like garbage. And makes me look homeless. So when I walk up and down that street, I just fit right in. In Montreal, it's like, if it looks sketchy and you walk there from downtown, you're safe? Probably. But, like, here's the thing. Like, that street that I just showed you that picture of, that's where all the best bars are. Like, all the good dive bars are on that street. That's where all the metal venues are. That's where all the music venues are. So, you want to go to the fucking rickshaw, you got to go through hell and back. How does forestry work? Trees naturally regrow. So you just have to wait a couple years and they'll grow back. They drop seeds and grow, just like real trees. You walked down East Hastings in 2010? It was probably worse in 2010, actually. And did it look like those photos, though, Bila? Because it still kind of looks like that. It's less crowded currently because of the pandemic, but... We're doing a better job of housing people now. But there are parts of East Hastings that are still that crowded. And I know some people who spent nights on that street. Do not envy them. I do not envy them. But yeah, Zest, just you can't plant trees. There's no way to plant trees naturally. They'll just grow over time. Maybe think, what the fuck, this Vody is freak? Before 6 a.m. there was nobody? Okay, yeah. Sounds about right. This is very freaky. Yeah, okay, I know what you mean. Yeah, I don't know. It's the shithole that I know. So for me, it just kind of feels like home in a weird way. We are storing people in shipping containers. We keep building these shipping container housing units and then stacking them vertically with like scaffolding going up the sides. It's kind of oddly sketch looking from the outside, but like they're very efficient, cheap, and they can store a lot of people Well, housed a lot of people is, I guess, a nicer way of putting it. I've legit spoken to my neighbors maybe once or twice in the time I've lived here. Yep, that's Vancouver. Basically, like, Vancouver is a super quiet, safe city. Just don't walk up East Hastings. Walk up either of the streets around it. Pender's fine. Although early East Hastings is fine, because the weird thing about East Hastings is it starts off as like tourist town and then just turns into that if you keep walking. So it's like East Hastings next to waterfront is fine, but once it starts to turn into that, go one block up or one block down to the water and you're fine. You'll walk right around it. It's literally just the one street. Ficod says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? I would like all of the wood, please. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your Grand Crafts Dwarf ship. Cheers, Jamie says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I'm just going to sell all of this fish because I got too much fish. Maybe a bunch of the meat, too. There we go. I'm going to go get my lunch stuff ready real quick. I'm not quite ready for lunch yet, but I don't want to hit myself with icy cold insulin if I can avoid it, so I'll be back in a sec. The falling sky water is washing away the sky cocaine. Wanted to set higher rent? Oh, that sucks. I had somebody almost hit me at a crosswalk, Magna. Just because the driver wasn't looking. I literally turned around and punched his mirror. Like, if somebody threw an egg at me, I may have killed somebody. The fuck? Just waiting for my dwarf to come up here to trade. That is a lot of pots. I mean, one of the few good things about the pandemic year for me is they froze raising of rent, so my rent didn't get raised by 5% this year. Every other year I've lived here, my rent's been raised by exactly 5%. Which is kind of fair, I guess. but cheers. You just realized it was Monday? Nope, I definitely took Saturday off. I definitely didn't stream Saturday. Then did it again last July. Yeah, they can only up my rent when my lease is up, and my lease is yearly. Because I re-up the lease annually. I quite like living here. And in order to leave... why am I buying this? In order to leave this spot, I would have to be offered a living situation that is a significant improvement over this one. Either like just space or cost or... something. Why am I doing this? I don't need any of this. Is there anything I do need? Not really. We're just gonna, I'll buy some cheese. We'll buy some cheese. I'm lacking in the cheese department. I could make my own, but eh. Although raising your rent by $5 is kind of a meh. It's not that big of a deal. And not in an enclosed room. What? That's all I have to say to that is, what? That's like just having a toilet next to your bed. Excuse me? Why is the shower not in its own room? That seems very poorly planned. It's like those pictures of houses that just have doors that make no sense. The heck? Actually, that reminds me of, like, Queen's Gambit. That apartment that she stays in that show. There's a shower just, like, in the middle of the living room for some reason. I mean, yeah, no, totally. I mean, that's the thing is, like, this apartment for the area is really cheap. Like, because I started renting here in 2014. And yeah, the rent's gone up by $100 since 2014, but, well, 125 actually. But, like, new apartments around here are like $300-400 more for more or less the same size. So, I will keep this space as long as I can. Yeah, see, here they send in an appraiser, and then if the appraiser approves it, they're like, yep, your rent's going up and there's nothing you can do about it. And then I either re-sign or I move. And if I don't re-sign, then I go on monthly, which bumps my rent up by 10%, which is kind of big. And then I move, is what would happen. But they can't raise my... They can't raise my rent by more than 5% yearly, which is generally pretty small increases when you're under $1,000. But I also really, my landlord pays the appraiser, I think. I actually don't know. I would assume the landlord. Although the last time the landlord paid an appraiser, he came in and was like, how much are you paying for this place? And I told him, he goes, yeah, that's about right. They shouldn't raise your rent. And he left, and then they raised my rent by 2% anyway. I was like, what the fuck? What the? Bah! Seems rigged. You think? That's fine. I don't mind. The apartment is fine. And they just gave me new blinds recently, which I didn't need to pay for. 2% is better than 5? Yes, but... I have no idea how this shit works. I'm just paying rent, Cassie. I have no idea how the back end of that industry works. Zero clue. Absolutely no clue. You just woke up? Good morning. Well, I hope you slept well. I screenshotted the paperwork if you want it. Meh, my income's also gone up in the past few years, so I don't mind. Although it was kind of funny because I got an email from my landlord saying just a generalized thank you. And then I realized that it was straight at me and not at, like, all of the tenants. And I was just like, I responded, I was like, why are you saying? And they're like, basically responded bluntly with, you're one of like 2 tenants out of all of the buildings we manage that still paid rent throughout the entirety of the pandemic. I'm like, really? Because like you weren't allowed to evict people in this province, in our province. So people just fucking stopped paying rent. It's like, what? Yeah, no, it's fair. Cassie, I mean, I know a little bit about what housing in like San Francisco Bay Area is like, so yeah, it's not that bad up here. I mean, if you want to live in downtown Vancouver, yeah, you could easily pay like $2,000 to $3,000 a month, or upwards of $5,000 in some very specific cases for an apartment. But like, just don't live in downtown Vancouver and you're fine. Here, it's like because Vancouver area, the greater Vancouver area is like Vancouver, North Van, Burnaby, New Westminster, Port Moody, Surrey, Abbotsford, Maple Ridge, Mission. All of those are different cities that all cost drastically different amounts. So as long as you like just, for Vancouver specifically, just don't live in North Van, don't live in downtown Vancouver, and don't live in downtown Burnaby, maybe live in the outskirts of Burnaby, and anybody can afford rent. It's just a matter of don't live in the most downtown fucking downtown Vancouver and you're fine. Everything else is perfectly affordable. I mean, if you want to rent office space on East Hastings, it's probably still more expensive than office space where I live. I mean, I was actually looking at apartments on East Hastings once out of boredom, and you're looking at $1,000 a month for a 1-bedroom apartment on that street because it's like 1 block over from downtown Vancouver. So yeah, you get a $2,000 a month discount, but you probably also have cockroaches and bed bugs, and they're probably doing push-ups on you at night. If you're ever down the road and have something come up, show them the email and they will be lenient. Oh, what? I mean, I've been a tenant with them for 7 years. Like, I'm on a first name basis with my apartment manager because they're a realtor company that manages owned apartments. So I've never actually met my landlord, but they're great. Not gonna drop their first names, but they're 2 lovely ladies and they're wonderful. Like, I'm extremely lucky to have nice as hell landlords. They've always been super helpful, very gracious, and incredibly nice about shit. So even when they raise my rent, they're like, you know, it's policies. It's like, they've always been great to deal with. And I've definitely had shitty landlords before, so I have the basis for comparison. Here's the thing, though, Freskins. When you joke that East Hastings sounds good, I live, without doxing my location, I live on another street that's almost... I live 2 blocks up from a street that's almost as notorious as East Hastings. But in truth, hasn't been notorious since like 2010 because all of the homeless population got moved to another part of town. So it's notorious on paper, and people think it's a real bad part of town. But in reality, it's like, yeah, okay, there's 2 homeless shelters in this part of town. That's about it, though. And there used to be a real gnarly strip club that they demolished recently because the building got condemned. And that got rid of the gangs in the area, which is nice. But outside of that, it's like, it's not as bad as people seem to think it is. Oh, shit. I bought a wolf and then never let it out of the cage. I feel kind of bad. There we go. Let's let that wolf out of the cage. I totally forgot to be slaughtering the animals that got caught in my traps, so I now have a billion baby chinchillas and weasels and wild boars in my cages. Speak to them through a lending agent, and the agency is full of stingy gits too. Yeah. You pay over half your income to a landlord who is lazy as fuck and never stood how the free hand of the market, and he seems to think that his money, he needs this money to sit around on his ass all day. That sucks. That fucking sucks, Cassie. Yeah, I don't spend, like... It's hard to say how much of my income goes to rent and bills because my income changes every month. So sometimes it's the majority of my income. Sometimes it's half my income. It depends on the month and how generous chat's been that month. But... Oh, heads up, to those of you who care, Odd Realm patch just dropped. I mean, having governmental help is good. It's nice being able to survive. Oh, did they put out a new uniform? Hold on, I need to go look, actually. What's new in the Odd Realm update? I'm so happy that he made the font better. Ooh. That stuff's nice. I mean, the reason I can't get mad about my landlord raising my rent is I am getting an extremely fucking good deal on my rent. I think it's time to reinstall Odd Realm. I'm gonna do that. You feel Terraria vibes again? Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Uh-oh. Pete tantrumed. And he toppled the craft dwarf shop. Where did he go? Oh, there you are. Oh, I thought that was a Terraria typo. Yeah, no idea what that is. I mean, for me with rent, it's like, I guess I've just known my landlord for a long time, and they treat me very fairly, which is, I guess, the nicest thing you can say about a landlord is they treat me super fairly. And the result of that is uh-oh. Game just crashed. How much time did we lose? Probably just similar visual and audio designs. Oh, we didn't lose much time at all, I don't think. Although we did lose the last tributes. So Stone, if you started doing paperwork, stop. Because we got these tributes a second time. We didn't lose much time. That sucks. I'm gonna have to do a hard save in the middle of this year. Yeah, that's the thing with me though. Like, I've literally never had late rent. Like, there was one time my rent was late and it wasn't my fault. It was my landlord's fault. Like, I paid it, but they didn't do the they didn't push the button on their end. So the money was in my account and went into their account, but they didn't accept it on their end. So I got an email 2 days later. They were like, hey, why didn't you pay rent? I'm like, I did. And they were like, oh, oops, our bad. I don't know if you're staring at your screen at this exact moment, Stone. Yeah, I was going to say, it's probably the music then if it's not the graphics. Just keep in mind, the most recent tributes on the Discord are inaccurate now because the game crashed. While saving and it completely corrupted the save. That happened to me with Mass Effect 2. I never finished it because of that. That sucks, dude. Yeah, it corrupted my like 60-hour save file. And I never went back and did it again. Yeah. Which is why I was like, yo, Stone, if you're here, don't start doing that because the game just crashed. Okay, these are all in the wrong stockpile. Because I want those to go up top, not there. Yeah, I never finished Mass Effect 2 because of the game-breaking crash that I had. The game crashed and it corrupted my whole save. And I did have a backup save, but the backup save was like 20 hours earlier in the game. And it was enough that I was like, I'll try this again. And I made it like an hour into the game, and I was like, you know what? Nah, I'm not going to do all this again. Not now, and I never went back. I love that my dwarves are still making masterwork quality cloth. You got lucky. You never corrupted a save file in many years of the game. At one time in Mario World, save had a funky crash in the middle of playing. Huh. Yeah, I believe that. Funky crashes are no fun. This means I'm going to have to trade with the dwarves again, I think. I'm probably going to save when the dwarves, when the trade caravans arrive. Which means I need to sell all these bolts again. Means it's more valuable and better made. So it's more than just better valuable. It means it's made better. All right, I'm going to save here. With a non-man branded memory card? That sucks, dude. Corrupted saves are the worst. So apparently the developer of, this is posted on the Patreon of the developer for Odd Realm, because he has a Patreon. There's a link if you want it. He has a Patreon goal to get new music for the game, which is what his Patreon is going towards. Yeah, they'll need about $5 grand to do that. I don't know. It's, if anybody here really likes Odd Realm, consider chucking a few dollars a month at them. Because it is just a solo dev, and the game's really cheap, and you're only going to make so much monthly revenue through Steam sales, right? I actually wonder if that... Is that game on sale right now? No, it's not. But it's also only $10, so... Hey, stupid. What's up? It's good to see you. How you been? I'll sell all those. Make a rock scepter. Welcome back. Cheers, dude. I need to pour more coffee. Thank you very much for the 6 months with Prime Gaming on the 6-month streak, man. Something Bezos bucks. Cheers. Pour a new cup of coffee for that. How you been, stupid? How's February been treating you? I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Information has been added to the Civilization World Info. What requests do you have of our merchants? So because we had the crash, I'm going to kind of micromanage saves here. I was about to go crazy. What'd you do, if I can ask? Yeah, no, I know that feeling. I've gone crazy and come back from the insanity twice. I look forward to our meetings next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Yeah, I've gone crazy a handful of times already, and it's gonna take a while, I think, before I cease being kind of nuts. It's just straight up. Chat, come on, we can get a couple more beers. I know that there's more of you lurking than that. Can we get a couple more beers for that? Nope. Literally named Ire stupid. They did them to themselves. I am not to blame for this. I swear. How do you get beer image? Yeah, crypt beer, no space. To post beer. Or click on the little smiley emote face and then click it. Took a trip to the beach? Gotcha. Sometimes you gotta go on vacation. That's something that I've really envied about people who do drive this year, is, man, I know a lot of people who drive are like, oh, but like driving isn't fun, or like, I own a car, but I don't go anywhere. It's like, yeah, but just having the option to be able to just be like, fuck it. I'm gonna go somewhere that's far away from home for a day and go for a walk somewhere completely different. Sounds real nice. It's like a superpower, but kind of envy people sometimes. But, you know, make the most of what you got, right? This is ending up being a lot of old clothing I didn't realize I had. Some people have died recently, so that's probably why. It's probably like 1 or 2 people's clothing. Because dwarves can own like several hundred items, and then when they die, all of those items cease to be their own. The dwarves clean them out and put it into stockpiles, and then we sell them. So when I'm selling like these tattered socks en masse, it's literally because it's sold to the traders because somebody died. That and like I feel like 30% or not even 30%, a majority of the rare times I've matched with people on Tinder, we make it about as far of, oh, I can't drive. And then, yeah, okay, not gonna message you anymore. Instantly unmatched. Huh. Now it's 70. There you go. Tinder is toxic? Yes. But I'm also bored. And there's very few things to do when I'm not working. So anything that keeps me busy. Especially considering, like, I've gotten rid of all other social media because some crazy people on Tinder. This is true, yes. Which is why I take it about as seriously as those old hot or not. I don't swing that way, but whatever floats your boat, Orange. It's one of those, like, that's completely useless to me. Why do you always put an extra lol, L in front of lol? Is this some global emote that I'm not aware of that I need to ban? Because I know about LW, which isn't allowed here. Yeah, that's fine. Ah, your keyboard. It's just your keyboard. I getcha. Non-membrane Mac. Oh, God. Those old Mac keyboards were awful. Although, then again, I feel like... I personally think that those new Mac keyboards are also pretty awful. It sounds like somebody just, like, knocked a table over upstairs. The fuck was that? What are you doing? Bowling in your apartment? Jesus Christ. You know, he legit laughed at something that you said. Yeah, fair. Hey, Psychon. I remember you could hear it too. Did it pop up on the mic? Christ. Shit. It sounds like they're fucking bowling up there. Kicks in his sleep? Or he's just, like, violently masturbating. Sorry for that mental image. Kicking and violently masturbating in his sleep? Totally a possibility, yeah. Look at all of that stuff. He just randomly hits the wall at like 2 or 3 a.m. I hope it's his foot, not his head. Because I've hit my head on the wall late at night while sleeping during a nightmare or something, and it hurts. It's like, ow! It's the worst way to wake up. The actual worst way to wake up. I know for a fact I scream in my sleep sometimes, so I wonder if my neighbors have ever heard me scream randomly in the middle of the night. Still sounds like they're bowling up there. Good job, guys. These are the first neighbors I've ever had since I moved in here that I've actually heard. I wonder if they own the unit or if they're just renting. Because they are the first neighbors I've actually heard. I really, really, really like the Heartbroken Tommy Wiseau modification. Be like. Just take Tommy, and then, or rather, any of the Valentine's Day Tommies, but this one's also pretty good. It's probably his foot. They're all good. That's a pretty accurate demonstration of my Valentine's Day. Just sad face. Like, oh, hi, Mark. God, that would be great, actually. I would totally let you do that. The only limits on the custom sound commands is do not make it just 9 seconds of a song that could get me dinged. So if it's a song, it has to be like either contorted in a way that it won't get me copyright slapped, or you know, not something that would. No, I mentioned lull W, which is this. Which is a modified version of lull that is on FFZ, I think. Harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. And who was the other one? Still you. You'll still be fine. We just need this dwarf to be able to go work, and they will be A-okay, I think. I would not let you have that. To give you an idea. Like, if it's just profanity, I won't let you do that. Straight up. Like, if it's just like a string of swear words or something like Ninja Sex Party, I straight up just no. Straight up no. And also because Ninja Sex Party would get me dinged. The copyright strike. Not on Twitch probably, but on YouTube it would. And I don't want that. But you're totally okay to have, like, oh, hi, Mark, or, like, movie quotes and stuff. There's also the part where I don't like Ninja Sex Party, so. There's that. I don't want to have to listen to Ninja Sex Party. Ever. Ideally. Just don't think they're funny. Fair. I don't like that song ever. Drunk or sober. So. And then there's the Mad Lad Freskins who just upped for a sound command for a whole year. Which is a thing you can do. You can save 8% and just get it for a whole year. What are songs I can only enjoy after a drink? Anything by Dope. But I haven't drank since Christmas. I don't drink much these days. Anything by Dope. The entirety of Chocolate Starfish and a Hot Dog Flavored Waters album. That whole album, I can't really enjoy it unless I'm not sober. Most of ABBA. I wouldn't say I enjoy that album sober, but I certainly like it more if I'm not. I'm trying to think, like, what's music that I prefer when not sober? There's The thing is, like, with alcohol, it doesn't really phase me out, so it doesn't really change my taste in music. I listen to kind of the same music I would when sober with alcohol. I listen to different kinds of music when I'm high. Like, I enjoy Pink Floyd times 10 when I'm high. And that goes for a lot of psych rock. Oh, I like Dope Throne a lot more when I'm drunk. I enjoy Dope Throne. Dope Throne's a lot of fun, but I really like Dope Throne when I'm drunk. When I'm drunk, that's the best music in the world. Just go look up the song Dope Throne Killdozer. Look up the song Killdozer by Dope Throne on YouTube and watch the music video. Have fun. You're welcome. No, I won't stream it. There's lots of non-stream safe shenanigans in that video. To grime? I mean, I'll listen to grime sober. I enjoy grime. I don't like grimes, but I enjoy the genre grime. Well, that one song Grimes did for Cyberpunk was pretty good. I don't have anything against Billie Eilish, but I don't really listen to Billie Eilish. She's just kind of boring. That's my thoughts on Billie Eilish. She's just kind of boring. Nobody in particular. It's not one of those genres I go out of my way to listen to, like Bear. But it's one of those things where whenever I stumble on it, I'm like, this is fine. So that's kind of my take on it. It's not something I go out of my way to listen to, though. Prosectra, thank you very much for the 8th month. Welcome back.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Good day. Good afternoon. Good times in. Like I said, it's not a genre I seek out. Generally, it's one of those things that just kind of pops into my feed when I go on the 90s rap or 90s/80s rap kick, which happens every now and again. And then my Spotify just turns into grime for a bit. I'm like, oh, this is fine, but it's not something I really go out of my way to find. Because every now and again, I need Public Enemy in my life. Sometimes I just need Public Enemy, you know? Sometimes I need a little bit of Cypress Hill. Or a little bit of old Snoop Dogg. I'm doing all right. Today's been pretty good. Chat's been very nice to me. But it's not a very common kick for me. I don't really frequently go on the rap kick. It's just not something I really ever listened to super heavily, so grime just kind of pops in there sometimes. They do sometimes certainly bring interesting random rubbish. Have they ever brought us hair crowns? It's always the hair crowns that weird me out. Really? You think Slim Shady is classic? Oh. Slim Shady's like still kind of new. What year was Slim Shady? Hold on. Slim. What year did the real Slim Shady come out? I'm Slim Shady, yes, I'm the real Shady. All the other Slim Shadys are just imitating. 2000. I guess, yeah. Yeah. I don't really consider that classic rap, though. Classic is like, you kind of have to be pre-2000. But no, this song came out in 2000. Which is what I thought. Oh, it's definitely older. It's definitely an old song. But classic to me is like... When I think like classic rap, it's like, if it ain't like 1985, that's not classic. You were close-ish, yeah. I mean, it's fair. It sounds like a 90s song. But like, it's no like 90s or 80s. That's for sure. It's no fuck the police, you know? It's no NWA, yeah. It's no Public Enemy, yeah. Probably was written in the 90s, yes, but like, it's no Vanilla Ice. It's no Sir Mix-a-Lot, right? Fuck Vanilla Ice. Good quote. Fuck Vanilla Ice, yeah. It's no, it's no Sir Mix-a-Lot. Slim Shady can't touch this at all. No, Slim Shady cannot touch this. Can't touch this. You can quote me that Vanilla Ice. I mean, but you can't deny that Vanilla Ice is from that time period. I don't like Vanilla Ice. Really, but I will joke about Vanilla Ice. And it is fun to make fun of Vanilla Ice. These puns are so cold, we need to call iced tea orange. That's about as deep as I'm going to go with that. I did the theme of Ninja Turtles. I mean, that's all you really need to know about Vanilla Ice. Like, frankly, that's really all you need to know. Are there birds flying? No, I just need these merchants to leave. They're on their way out. Once they're done pathing out, then frames will fix themselves. I mean, But Then I Got High is a classic. Even people who don't like rap enjoy But Then I Got High. Everybody loves that song. Like, find me somebody who doesn't like that song. Even people, maybe like some super Christian soccer mom, but like everybody likes But Then I Got High. It doesn't matter what year that song came out. It's timeless classic. Timeless classic. Slim Shady, eh. Then I Got High is just perfect song. I wouldn't change anything about that song. Da 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 da. Your parents didn't like that song? Okay, so your parents are super Christian soccer moms then, right? I mean, my parents probably hate that song. You don't even know that song? You should go look up But Then I Got High. It's a beautiful song. Beautiful song. All you really need to know about that song is ya da 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 da. Oh boy. Pete, you're having a rough weak. I mean, you're in your 20s. What do you expect? Although this dwarf has already created a masterwork, so can't go fully insane. So we just need to babysit this dwarf, and eventually they'll pop back. Eventually, hopefully. See, I feel you there, Pepper. I was raised in a very protective family that were very, very Christian. But I grew up, and I moved out, and I don't have to deal with that anymore. And even they stopped being as serious about that stuff as we grew up, which is nice. It's to the point now where I can swear around my mom and she doesn't flinch, which is really nice. I can say fuck in the general vicinity of my mother and she doesn't freak out. I remember getting smacked upside the head the first time I said fuck. Good memories. I mean, well... Jade's silent pop. Of course it does! It's a good music video, too. I'm going to save the game again and reload it. I mean, I can take that one step further. I'm confirmed, Lake Bear. I'm confirmed. I did that shit. But only at family functions and if I'm not drunk. That's kind of funny. Just you getting slapped by your mom is just funny to me. Isn't it normal to be confirmed? I don't really appreciate the fact that I'm confirmed. How's that? Until you were 15. That's odd. Confirmed basically means that you got baptized and then went and did a bunch of Bible studies classes and then got baptized a second time. To mean that you're truly Christian. And I think I stopped going to church like within 2 weeks after getting confirmed. More or less. Oh, psychologically incapable. Okay. Your mom handed you a blunt? I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing, stupid. Getting handed a blunt at 14? Because, like, your brain's still developing until 24. And weed can actually, like, impact the development of your brain beyond that age. You were heavily influenced by your parents? I mean, I can't remember how old I was. I want to say I was like 15, 14, 15, somewhere around there. I mean, I might have been 12. I feel like I was older than 12. I don't know what year it was. You were spared of that nonsense? Yep. Big old fucking waste of time. It's really funny because, like, I've certainly scared a few heavily religious people away from my stream. But there's a few people who subscribe to this channel that I know for a fact are very religious and get a massive kick out of whenever I mock religion. It's very funny. You were the only child at the school to not be confirmed 25 years ago, but nowadays it's less skewed. Yep. Basically just making sure that this dwarf gets everything that she needs. What were you humiliated by? The lack of dining tables. That's one that blows my mind. Because I don't know what exactly makes you humiliated at the lack of dining tables, but I'm literally just giving you dining tables. I mean, you kind of have to be religious fundamentalist to really have heard of it, Stone. But yeah, it's basically just getting rebaptized. It's like when people like renew their vows when they get married, like 10 years later or something. Some people will do that. They'll get married a second time. That's basically what getting confirmed is. It's essentially getting rebaptized. Minus the part where you have to like slam your head into a pot of water. They still spray you with water though. It's basically like getting squirted with a squirt gun. So everyone was in the vicinity? Yeah. I'm just lucky that I was Lutheran. We weren't super strict about anything. Lutherans were always pretty chill. Made such a fuss about it. That's kind of funny, K-Trax. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, you do what you do that makes you happy, and if religion gives you a sense of community and purpose in life, fucking more power to you. But I kind of squint at the... right, Diamond? I kind of squint at... Like, I don't really care if kids get baptized. Like, do what you want to do as parents. Do what makes you happy. But forcing kids to get confirmed is a little odd to me. Especially because if you'd asked me like a year and a half later, or 2 years later even, I would have been like, yeah, no. Don't you fucking do that. It burns! Right, like there? Yeah, well, at 16, yeah, I probably would have said no. At 17, at 15, I probably would have said no. Depends on, like, the intonation of what you just said there. It means completely different things, Diamond. Jesus, save me, means something, and Jesus, save me, means something completely different. Like, let Jesus take the wheel versus let Jesus take the wheel means totally different things. Gotta love how, intonation means two different things. Religion is fine is my take on religion too. Religion is fine. Practice it if you want. Stop fucking sending me Jehovah's Witness letters. Jesus Christ. I got a fucking, like, handwritten letter in the mail because, like, Jehovah's Witnesses, bless their souls, I feel bad for every one of them, can't really go door to door right now. So I got a handwritten letter with my name on it. I'm not sure how they got my name on it delivered to me. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And I opened the thing up, and it's literally like a handwritten note saying, have you heard basically like the Jehovah's Witness spiel with a pamphlet. Because they can't go door to door anymore, and they're not letting them stand in public places. Am I religious? No. Well, I'm agnostic. I don't give a fuck. But I was raised very Lutheran, so I have a lot of education in religion. So I have opinions. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Jesus also doesn't have a driver's license, so me giving Jesus the wheel wouldn't help at all. It wouldn't help at all. Also, hey, Kronbjorn. Sup? It's good to see you. Now, I go to the Church of Heavy Metal and Punk Rock, Hail Satan, and fuck the police and the rules. That's me. Also, game saving, which means we made it through fall without it crashing. Yay! We had a crash like halfway through fall, so yay! Which means we still safe. I do have about 50 backups of this game, so we should be totally okay. I actually wonder how many gigabytes of Longdeath I have now. It's probably quite a lot, because I'm constantly copy-pasting the saves. They should make a movie called Jehovah's Witness Protection. They shouldn't do that. But you could also just watch The Expanse, Because in The Expanse, the Jehovah's Witnesses are building a gigantic spaceship and want to go to a different galaxy. No, this is the old version of DF, and the crashes are known, and I know exactly what causes them and how to avoid them. This is not the most recent version, it's the previous version. The one that was around for like a year. From February 2020. Villains Part 1. Jesus is getting a DUI. Driving under the influence. I mean, if his blood is like wine, yeah, he's fucked. Spoilers? I didn't say any spoilers, Ryan. I literally stated information that is given to you in the first episode of the first season. Is that the Jehovah's Witnesses are building a spaceship and want to go to another galaxy. That's all I said. Not spoilers. Literally, that's information from the first episode of the first season. It's in the pilot. I didn't say anything else about it. No, I won't say anything else about it. You should watch that fucking show. So we can talk about it, Ryan. I want you to watch every single episode of The Expanse so I can talk about something that just happened in The Expanse that's kind of a big deal. Because of, like, sexual harassment shit anymore. Get it from Sweden or something. Just watch it. Damn it. Sheesh. They used to come to one of your old apartments and two ladies and they always knocked and the moment I was in boxes. And we would just talk for 1 to 2 hours about deep philosophical thoughts. I've talked about this guy before, but my childhood friend growing up, Ash, when he was like in his early teens, so he couldn't have been older than 15, was obsessed with every religion. And this kid was like he works in politics now. He was an obsessive about religion and government and law and philosophy as a young child. Graduated super early, went to university at like 17. Kid was a fucking genius and still is. One of the smartest people I ever knew. And those poor Jehovah's Witnesses came to his house once and he literally was like, my parents aren't home. Went and grabbed his Bible and just like was like, you want a cup of coffee? And fucking debated these poor couple that came to his house. Was one of the few people that I knew who could hold his own debating philosophy with my pastor at the time. Fucking genius kid. Do you fucking mind? I mean, I wouldn't answer a door butt naked for anybody. Literally doesn't matter who it is. But yeah, no, this kid like said my friend Ash literally told me, I'm assuming he's telling the truth because he's not one of those people who lies. He's like, they were tearing up when they left because he destroyed them. And he says they never came back after that. Ash was interesting because he wasn't religious, but he could debate philosophy better than most religious people. Like, he was always atheist, but he was always fascinated by it. He was an interesting dude. I actually stalked him relatively recently to figure out what he was up to. Found a website that he was running and because he was doing news publishing stuff. And I went and looked up what he was doing and listened to the first 2 episodes of his podcast and then sent him a paragraph-long text basically saying, hey, here's how to fix your audio. Because, like, I do this shit for a living. And he responds with basically, oh, shit, thanks. And then I listened to the next episode of their podcast and they'd fix their audio, which I thought was kind of funny. He's a public enough person now that I can literally just Google his name and figure out what he's doing. It's kind of interesting. I'm agnostic, straight up. I think that atheism is a little bit bleak. And I'm a pretty bleak person, but I'm not that bleak. So I'm just agnostic. I'm indifferent until proven otherwise person. That's how I've lived most of my life, and I like it that way. I mean, if some fucking god shows up out of goddamn nowhere, then yeah, okay. But I haven't seen that yet. Believe it when I see it. Where am I in The Expanse? I'm fully caught up. I've seen every episode. I'm thinking about rewatching it too. I'm just of the opinion, and this is where my opinions get kind of rough for some people. I don't think religion has any fucking place in government. But that's a topic I will let slide, I guess. Because that's one that gets nasty whenever it comes up. I mean, ancient alien theorists believe that the answer is yes, Psychon, that God indeed was aliens and came down in chariots of fire, I mean, spaceships, and gave us technology from the before place. Are you drinking water? What was that? Someone needs to pay me for that as a sound clip. Ancient alien theorists believe that the answer is yes. Because ancient alien theorists believe that the answer is yes. The answer is yes. God, I love that show. So fucking stupid. Weird boulder that looks like a face? Ancient alien theorists believe. How about I just stay in Canada, where we're just, you know, doing our best to become Sweden, and we have more landmass, so if I want to move to the middle of fuck nowhere, cold ass hell, scape like Sweden, I could. Or I could just, like, stay in BC, where it's nice and mild. You killed God so long ago. I mean, Canada's moving in that direction. So, I'll just keep voting for the people that keep moving in that direction. See, like, there's a lot of people from Scandinavia that keep telling me, they're like, Blind, you'd love it in Scandinavia. Realistically, I probably would. Your ladies are beautiful. You murdered God 100 years ago and you like invading people. I probably would love it in Scandinavia. But the thing about Canada is it's politically relatively similar. We're moving in a more socialist direction generally. And if I want to move somewhere where it's fucking cold and the sun doesn't come up half the year, I can. Or I could just stay here where we have a relatively normal climate. And I don't have 700 feet of snow half a year. I mean, obviously the Gulf of Mexico was made by aliens when they shot us with the giant beam laser of life that gave our planet people. Obviously. I do miss the sun. Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing. I'm, like, not that much further south than Scandinavia, but if I wanted to be that far north, I would probably move to Hope, BC. And I showed Rhinestone pictures of Hope, BC once, and he was just like, I want to live there. This is where I'd move if I wanted to be as far north as Scandinavia. This fucking town. It's like 20,000 people live up here. Ish. Pope, BC, most well known for the fact that Rambo was filmed here. You may have heard of it. But it's a beautiful little city. I love Hope so much. I've spent like 2 weeks in Hope before, on multiple times a year, just back when I used to actually go on vacations. It's so nice. That tunnel actually is in a shot in Rambo. But I love Hope, BC. Is there Hope there? It's right before you cross the mountain range. So it was called Hope because it was like, oh, you've made it across the mountains. You have hope of making it to the ocean. It's beautiful. It's like literally in the middle of the fucking Rockies. It's very close to skiing too. I would move there, but like, if I wanted to live somewhere that had a climate like Scandinavia, or I could just stay in Vancouver, BC, And I'll show you what Vancouver, BC looks like. This is why I love this city. And this is about 30 minutes away from me on the train. So I don't live in this area straight up, but like this is Vancouver. Like, look at those mountains. Like, why would I live anywhere else? Like, yes, it's expensive to live here, but fuck. This right here is like 30 minutes away from me. I just need to go get on the train. And the train's walking distance. Orcas are horrible creatures. So, I've seen this whole part of the city on fire, actually. Because I was in the riots. Or rather, getting the fuck out of the riots. So, that's why I live in BC, Canada. Or Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Is because... that. Orcas are scarier than sharks. They'll fucking kill you, yeah? And, like, I've stood right there. Those mountains look amazing. Here, I'll show you a mountain that's a 45-minute hike from me. Or a 45-minute drive from me, and then a hike that I went on this past year. I've shown this photo on stream a few times. But this is from the top of Garibaldi Mountain. And that is a 40-minute drive from where I live. So 40 minutes in a car, and then 18 kilometers. I took that photo like last year. That's me on the mountain because my knee wanted to die. But yeah, that's the lake from the top. That's another shot from the top. That's my dad. That's me trying to see how good the lens on my camera was. There's another shot of me. You can see my fucking knees. That's Black Tusk. If you want to look up Black Tusk. This hike is world famous because of Black Tusk. It's one of the most popular bouldering and rock scaling locations in BC. That's another shot from the top. So, like, that's why I live here. It's like, yes, I would probably really love Sweden. There's lots of things to love in Sweden. Most of the things that there are to love in Sweden are also here. So, there is that. And then there's, like, that trail, which is a nice trail, which I showed you. This is a... You guys want to see a shitty trail in BC? Like what we call trails that are maintained by volunteers? That's a trail. Or was a trail. I think it got hit by a landslide. That's a trail. You walk down that, and you walk up and over that and around that. There's another shot of my dad, me next to a big tree. Another big tree, some mushrooms. I like taking pictures of mushrooms. That's also a thing that you walk across. Wonder if I have that photo of the... Yeah, that was kind of sketch. That was also kind of sketch. But, yeah. I like taking pictures of mushrooms. They're fun to take photos of. How's Pete doing? This dwarf is learning about cooking. 2x4, yeah. Very, very high-tech bridge. It works. Wouldn't change it for anything. Community trail. Yeah. Volunteer managed. There's a good... That whole trail is an old, like, mining rail. And, like, quarry rail, where they would go up and take out big trees from the old-growth forests, pull the trees out, and then blast the rocks and pull boulders out. So there's some real weird bits up along that trail. Connected to the drawbridge? No, totally. Early morning dubstep makes headaches confused. Roads sink downward. Hateful spirals of toilet-themed humor. Please stay away. Sleet stained blue berry tofu sauce. Cold tea come to. And there we go. Thank you, Lake Bear. You made me read that. If you want to make me read more weird words, go add words to the Add a Word Stories room. Why did the count just start over? Oh, you lived in Victoria? I love Victoria. Oh, the slugs that are like this big and yellow? Yeah, we have. For those of you who haven't seen banana slugs, they should add these to Dwarf Fortress. Banana slugs. My favorite local vermin. That's the wrong button. This is the right button. Yeah, that's a small one. These guys get like, I don't know, 15 centimeters long. Like twice that long I've seen them. They're huge, especially the spotted ones. These big, thick boys. Not quite giant African snail size. I mean, we don't have African snails, but we do have these mighty fucking humongous slugs. They're big. They're big. You might have to work there for a while. Seattle is like... So I've only ever traveled to Seattle. I've never lived in Seattle. I know for a fact there's some people who watch the stream who live in Seattle. Anybody in the greater Seattle area want to give a review of Seattle to Kronbjorn? I mean, my opinion on Seattle is this. It's kind of like the closest thing an American city is going to get to Vancouver. I quite like Seattle. It's expensive as fuck. The sushi's too expensive. But, like, it's a nice city. It's wet. Yeah. It's wet. It's kind of bumpy. Highways are too big. Fuck the highways in Seattle. Fucking hate the highways in Seattle. Traffic's bad. But it's a nice city. If we did, they would be invasive. Oh no, poor skunk. That sucks. Poor skunk, don't deserve that. Is it one of those gun-heavy places? It's America. So, I would assume everybody I run into on the streets is concealed carrying, and fuck that shit. So, yes, it's America. It's America. It's probably less gun-heavy because it's Seattle, but it's still America. I mean, when I was down in Seattle, I got into a friend's car because he was giving me a lift somewhere. And he literally, like, pulled his gun out and just moved it into a different thing. I was like, what the I guess, right, yeah. I live in... This guy lives in the States. Of course. You got a fucking gun. Twats. But, yeah, it's fucking sad. Everybody in the States are scared shitless of everybody next to them. As a Canadian... It's the reason I'll never live in the States. Yet my best friend in Canada probably owns more guns than the average American, so. But then again, he doesn't concealed carry. He leaves them all in his safe and he takes them to the range and then goes hunting. So. But like, he has a small arsenal in his bedroom. And gets mad whenever the government around here bans certain rifles. He's like, fuck! I was gonna buy one of those. I was like, saved you $6,000. Yeah, no, I completely agree. Most Canadians who own guns because they go hunting. And that's what my friend owns, is like, he owns 2 duck hunting rifles, a deer hunting rifle, a moose hunting rifle, like, wild hog hunting rifle. I've never touched a gun in my life. The closest proximity I've ever been to guns, because I've never been to Kevin's house, is police officers. When they're giving me tickets for crossing the street. Yeah, no, I fucking hate the States for that reason. Absolutely fucking hate it. But then again, you know, I know for a fact there are gun enthusiasts who are watching my stream right now. Rhinestone! So, you know, whatever floats your boat, I guess. What was I going to do? Rock pot. Because I just sold like 200 of them. Let's make 30. And brew drink from plant. Brew drink from fruit. Meal. No, not easy. Lavish. There we go. Kill that stuff off. No, you're a hobbyist. That's like a sports car enthusiast stating that they drive all of their cars to work every day. It's just like Kevin. He doesn't own guns for his own protection and never concealed carries. He just owns a bunch of guns. Meanwhile, I own synthesizers, so we all have our own dumb hobbies. But yeah, Tarn Adams doesn't live in Seattle. He lives in outside of Seattle. I don't think Tarn Adams could afford to live in Seattle. It's like the yearly roundup for Dwarf Fortress last year was 6 figures, but I don't think he could afford to live in Seattle. Not on that wage. My dad owns a few film cameras that are like 20 years older than me. My dad owns a few film cameras from the 50s. I think he still owns his dad's original camera. My grandpa's Nikon, my dad still has, which is wonderful. Beautiful old piece of kit. Oh, come on, Dwarf, hang in there. Although I'd rather you go melancholic than go completely insane. Dwarves can't actually go completely insane once they've made an artifact, and this dwarves made an artifact, so can't go completely insane. Yep, film reel. I mean, from that era, of course. No, not that. Well, he owns part of one of those, but no, I mean like handheld camera from the 50s. Like a handheld home Nikon. No, you're thinking of like 30s. The giant fucking things? Yeah, that's like the 30s. No, they were making like handheld cameras in the 50s. The original Kodiak brownies. Not familiar. But then again, the oldest record I own is from 1940 something. It's a recording of a musical that my grandmother bought. That's probably the oldest thing I own. Small handheld box. I mean, that's basically what cameras were back then. I have a pizza sandwich for lunch today. It's literally just like tomato sauce, cheese, and grilled onion. Because like, I don't really have anything else to put on a sandwich. So we'll see how that turns out. I mean, I want a full synthesizer setup, but dollar signs. I put a little bit of money away every month for synthesizers. Are you wet-facing my sandwich? I assure you it's edible. It's not like I put pineapple on it. Come on, don't sue me. It's literally just cheese and tomato sauce on bread. Have you never had a pizza sub before? It's called I Have Nothing to Put on Sandwiches and Need a Sandwich Budget. Hey, Pie, what's up? How's things? I mean, as far as hobbies go, that's not that crazy, Orange. I love pineapple on pizza. Pineapple pizza's great. That's a good combo. I like it. What's up, Tiny Goliath? What are we looking at? What you staring at? You staring at me? Or are you staring at the game? I'm staring at a dwarf who's running around madly. Enjoy your Terraria music. It hasn't gotten out of hand yet? I don't really have any collections that I would say are out of hand. I own a perfectly reasonable number of records that all fit on one shelf. Could fit in 3 milk crates if I needed to pack them up. I have 8 houseplants, but like you can never have too many houseplants, especially because like if I needed to get rid of houseplants, I could just be like, "Mom, you want some houseplants?" and she'd take them all in a heartbeat. So that's not a problem. Or like if I needed to move, I could just leave them at my parents' house for a bit. I've never had Dr. Pepper in my life, so can't speak to it. But I'm team indifferent. I don't really like taking the sides on that shit. You see, that's expensive. Like, I know a guy who owns, like, a film camera that's worth $60,000 and a lens for it that's $50,000. You can't eat cheese anymore? I mean, if you want somebody to sympathize with dietary problems, you can talk to me. I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes last year. So I can eat anything I want, but I have to give myself a massive injection for some things. I haven't had a pizza in almost a year. Probably won't have a pizza for a long time because I would have to give myself such a big injection, it's just not fucking worth it. So you would die? You are a fucking weak soul. I mean, I've basically cut dairy out of my diet because of how it affects my blood sugar. I've stopped drinking milk because of it, because it's like there's a lot of carbs in milk. Now, this is where people start yelling at me. If one fucking person makes a shitty joke about dietary choices, I'm gonna ban you. I don't fucking care who you are. And then probably unban you right after. Basically, like, I more or less eat vegan these days because I kind of have to. Not because I really want to, but because the effects that vegan food has on blood sugar is so much more predictable than anything else. So much more. So much more. Like, more or less everything I eat now is vegan. The only meat I will eat these days, I still eat eggs, because eggs is just protein and, like, cholesterol, which is totally fine. It's like protein and fat, and I need that. And fish. Everything else does weird fucking shit to my blood sugar, or unpredictable things, potentially. It's like, I can still eat stuff, and I'm not strictly vegan. Like, I will eat anything, more or less. I don't care. But at home, I'm vegan, more or less. Except on, like, Fridays when I'll make myself a nice fish fillet. Outside of that, it's like, sometimes I'll eat an egg, but usually I'm just vegan. Eggs can go into anything? Yeah, no, totally. Absolutely. So it's like... And this... Ooh! Cook was found dead! Cookra, no! I like Cookra. That was a good dwarf. An annual tribute from Basti Just Muck has arrived. It is spring now. Hello, humans. Some vegan meals are alright. Do you have any idea how fucking dismissive that reads? Some vegan food is alright. Fuck you. You want to know something that a lot of people don't realize is how much type 1 diabetes is used as a trope. Exactly, Tiny. Anything can be delicious if you cook it right. And people that are like, it's not a real meal unless it has like 2 pounds of meat in it, fuck you. You're a big fucking problem to this goddamn planet. Like, yes, meat is delicious. Let's eat meat sometimes. But eat meat less and we'll all live longer. Unless it's orange juice and cereal. I've done that, but I did that just to see what the big deal is, and it's not that bad. I will argue that orange juice in Rice Krispies is okay. It's not good, but it's better than water in Rice Krispies, which I've also done when I was desperate. But I've straight up had people be like, ugh, vegan food is disgusting. It's like, well, fuck you. Like, it's like literally it's either feel like my head is on fire or eat vegan food. I would rather not want to die on a daily basis because I feel like trash. It was passable. Yeah. Ugh. I don't know. I like almond milk. Almond milk's delicious. Falafel's vegan, yeah. Falafel's fucking incredible. Well-made falafel's delicious. It's also super easy to... You just miss cheese? I thought I would miss cheese. And I do kind of miss certain types of cheese. But vegan cheese is kind of fine. I don't know. It's also way easier to count the carbs in vegan cheese. My neighbors are vacuuming now, which is perfectly acceptable. I wish that they would stop tipping tables over. I just love the flavor of almonds, so to me, almond milk is like just as good as regular milk, IMO. Am I not gathering fruits? I thought I was. Don't pick fruit from trees, though. Just gather stuff off the ground. Here's the thing. I've had 6 different brands of vegan cheese since I started trying this whole fucking thing to see if it would fix my blood sugar. 3 of them are disgusting. Some of them are pretty good. And I've had real cheese next to it to compare. Some of it's disgusting, and I'll agree. Some of it is really bad. But if you find a good brand, it's just fine. But you need to like go into it realizing that it's not cheese. I really like the brand Vega. V-E-G-A. Which is funny because it's the exact same name as the bad guy in a video game. But it depends on the brand. It's just a matter of picking out the brand that you like. You don't like almonds, but almond milk cheese wasn't bad? I mean, then there's also, like, almond allergies. I know people that are allergic to almonds. I need to try oat milk. I've never actually tried oat milk. Here's the thing. Butter alternatives suck. Like, I don't like nut butters at all. Can't fucking stand that shit. Can't fucking stand nut butter. I do, however, like coconut. So I get coconut oil and put that on toast. Okay, so vegan yogurt is 1,000 times better than real yogurt. Like, yeah, Greek yogurt's pretty good, but Jesus Christ. Vegan yogurt destroys real yogurt. Yeah, that person's just fucked. Wait, is that person type 1 or type 2 diabetic, though? If you're type 2, you're fine. Type 2, you can just eat regular-ass food. Do you like video games? No. I hate them. Never liked them. Never played one. What about you? The elves are here to trade again, once again. You love oat milk in your coffee? I actually prefer almond milk in coffee. Here's the thing, like, I like black coffee. I like the taste of coffee. So I don't really like milk in coffee. And I haven't liked milk in coffee for a really long time. I used to drink milk in coffee when I didn't like coffee. But as I grew to like coffee, I stopped liking milk in there. Can I make a coconut cheese? I've never made a cheese anything in my life. I've purchased coconut cheese, and it's good. How you milk non-mammals? You don't. You bake it into a similar texture. Like, literally, that's what it is. It's, like, baked. Like, it's a mixed thing that's liquid that's then baked into a similar texture. You don't milk an almond. You boil it. You grind almonds up and you put it in water and you boil it. And if you guys are going to start being sarcastic twits, I'm going to change the subject or ban some people. What do you prefer? This is totally up to you guys. If you guys want to be those people who start asking stupid questions, just fucking Google it. I'm not here to answer your dumb questions about how this shit works. Fucking look it up. That information is freely available on the internet, and if you actually give a shit, you'll look it up yourself. But you don't, so you'd rather just ask the dumb question, which is the way the internet works. I hate this shit so much, Lake Bear. Don't be that guy. Don't make me hate you. Almond milk is literally just boiled almond. That's what it is. You boil it and you strain it. It's like, well, how do you make broth? You put veggie scraps or bone scraps or whatever scraps into a pot and you boil it. That's how you make almond milk. You put almond in water and you boil it. And it boils all the flavor into the water and thickens up a little bit. And if you're making factory almond milk, then you add other things to thicken it up just a little bit. It has a similar flavor and texture to milk, so they call it milk. I mean, technically it would be a tea, but if you're going to be that guy and start asking is a hot dog a sandwich or a taco, I will insult you loudly and call you a cunt. It's called milk. Fucking call it milk. Sheesh. It's a milk alternative. I hate people who are just like, but it's a this, that. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I hate it when people do that shit. It's one of my biggest peeves on the internet. I think I'm getting hangry. I need to go get food soon. Speaking of almonds, elves have almonds. Should buy some almonds. What Stone said. Oh, I know you are, but it's one of the things I hate most about the internet are pointless discussions for the sake of starting arguments and then arguing for the fun of it. It does two things. It gives me anxiety and it stresses me out and I hate it. So whenever that shit starts in my chat, I shut it the fuck down right the fuck away because fuck it. I hate it. If you want to be cunts, go elsewhere. I don't like that shit here. I don't know how my YouTube videos ever get monetized at the rate that I cuss. Speaking of the rate that I cuss, I'm gonna go get some food so I stop cussing as fast, so I'm gonna go stab myself with needles. I'll be back in a minute. If you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat room. And can I get a round of beers, please?
No.
Fuck you too, Orange. BRB.
No.
Cussing is fine. Here's the thing. Cussing is not fine, and the Happy Hob learned that when he told Chat to suck his dick, whore. That's what he did. He told Chat to suck his dick and stood up and made a thrusting motion. Not even on camera. And then called Chat a whore and got 14 days. Next day, misbehaving or whatever the fuck her name is, literally took her clothes off on stream, accidentally streaming on Twitch instead of OnlyFans. And, well, obviously, she gets 48 hours. Anyway, I'm gonna go get me a sandwich. Back in a sec.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
It's a Unix system. I know this.
since we're talking about dietary stuff, right? You know what's a thing that I do genuinely miss that I haven't had in almost a year, maybe over a year now? I genuinely miss lasagna. I can't remember the last time I had a lasagna. Like, I had this realization the other day. I actually straight up cannot remember the last time I had a lasagna. No, I've had ice cream. Ice cream's actually really easy. Ice cream's not that bad because ice cream, if you buy like, if you buy the ice cream in like any amount, it's very easy to like measure it. What's the hard part of the lasagna?
Yeet.
Basically, for lasagna, the way I'd have to carb count it, especially if it's the way I like to make lasagna, which is homemade lasagna. Hi, Hobo. That's good. No, not being bankrupt is indeed good. I need to resupply soon-ish. The reason lasagna is hard to count is if I were to make lasagna at home, I would have to weigh every single ingredient I put in, subtract any potential loss, weigh the whole thing, add all of the carbs together, subtract all of the fiber, and then weigh an individual piece after I cut it to know how many carbs are in there. Because everything has carbs in lasagna. Tomato sauce has carbs. Cheese has carbs. Literally everything has carbs. How precise do I have to be? I mean, not down to the specific number, but I have to be at least within the relative ballpark. And counting that is hard as fuck. Like, if I could go to a restaurant where I could literally just be like, okay, what's the carb count in this? And they could tell me, then I'd be fine. A personal serving lasagna? In theory, yes, I could. But even that is still not easy. Make a vegan one? That doesn't make it any easier. I need to know the carb count. Fuck vegans at that point. Fuck making a vegan one. Doesn't matter whether or not it's vegan. What matters is how do I count the thing? I have to count all of the carbohydrates in it. That's what's hard. Ryan, do you want some dank? I got plenty. I got enough to keep you good probably for at least an hour. It doesn't matter if it's vegan or not. What matters is if it's, no, that doesn't make it any easier or harder. It's literally counting the carbs that's hard. And lasagna is something that's really difficult to count. If you need to sleep, go to bed, dude. Go to bed. It's 3 p.m. here. I'm going to be switching games pretty soon, though. Because we are in year 155. Mid-spring. Ship it in an envelope? Yeah, I'm sure that'll make it across the border. I'll ship it without a return address and send it from a random, nondescript mailbox. Still probably wouldn't make it across the border. Man, I just want to live in a world where it's legal to take weed across the border. I wonder if that'll ever happen. I kind of doubt it. Got a bunch of chickens wandering around. And then bake them as needed? Probably, yeah. I mean, still hard to count, but easier to count. It is the fear of miscounting. Well, think about it this way, right? Something like a pizza or a lasagna has a lot of carbs in it because it's a lot of tomato sauce. In the case of lasagna, it's a lot of noodle, and it's a lot of other things that are very carb heavy. A pizza is like the equivalent of eating a loaf of bread. And so like a pizza, for me, eating half of a pizza is probably more insulin than I would give myself in a day. Like look up the carb counts on pizza and then realize I need to give myself 1 unit of an injection per 10 carbs. So it's about the equivalent of like a day's worth of insulin or so. Like half a pizza. Well, actually, hold on. Let's look up. Large pizza, Domino's carb count. Domino's pizza sucks, but it's one that will probably have it listed. I've got their nutrition facts. Hold up. Calories, weight, saturated fat, cholesterol, sodium, carbohydrate. All right, there we go. Let's say a one-topping medium pizza. Can I get a full pizza? Not just like your sauces and styles? It's not being as helpful here as I would want. All right, hand-tossed medium pizza. It's quite literally a whole day's worth of insulin for me. So per slice is 26 carbs. So 3 units per slice. For the thin crust. Where's the full size? 31 carbs for the full size. 32 for the normal. So 32 carbs for the normal size. So that's 3 units of insulin per slice. That's not counting anything that's on it. So anything that's probably, I would estimate, another unit for the toppings. So it's 4 units per slice. I just gave myself half of that for my sandwich. So that would be, let's say I ate, that would be like twice what I give myself in a day, ish. How much insulin's in a single vial? It doesn't come in vials. Well, it does, but I don't get it in vials. I get it in preloaded insulin pens. 36 grams of carbs per normal slice. That's a unit and a half per slice, or 3.5 units per slice. And I can't do them by 5, so I'd have to take 2 slices. So 2 slices of pizza. 2 slices of pizza is like a big dinner. That's like 2 baked potatoes, a serving of meat, and a large serving of vegetables worth of carbs. Oh, fuck, you destroyed my well? Or did you destroy... Oh, I see what you destroyed. You destroyed my fucking lever. Yeah, asshole. I mean, I can rebuild that later when I need it, but what the fuck, man? This dwarf's still throwing a tantrum. I might send this dwarf somewhere else for a little bit. Send them to camp. To the ranch? To the other dwarven civ, temporarily. We can bring them back in 30 years, and they'll still be depressed, but might be better equipped to recover them. Yeah. I'm gonna send you to Veiled Clasp. Good luck, dwarf. No, I'm not sending him to the Gulag. Sending him to one of the 2 helixes. Perfectly legitimate, nice dwarven forts. No, they will not die. I've actually sent dwarves away for like 30, 40 years and then invited them back and then figured them out and cured them later. It's actually a pretty good way of sorting out dwarves' mental problems. Think about it this way. It's not that the injections are worth it, because like I could totally take enough insulin to take those really, 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 really heavy in like only if it's medical, hobo. Otherwise it gets taken away from you on the like it has to be considered medication. You need a doctor's note to be able to take it on a plane. Otherwise it's a recreational narcotics and no, you can't take that on a plane. What year is it? 155 of the fort. 160 in game. Silver She. Also, grats, by the way. Anyway, think about it this way. It's not about the amount of insulin needed. It's at a point it starts to hurt. Is it? So if I take too much, I could go low, right? If I go low, being under 4 on my unit scale, it's different for the US, but if I go low, basically under unsafe levels, I start to feel sick. I get cold sweats. I get irritable. I get dizzy. Sometimes when I get snappy, I'm a little low. I can't think straight. My vision goes blurry, and eventually I will go into a coma. If I go too high, the same happens eventually, except slightly different symptoms. Instead of feeling shitty and eventually going into a coma, if I go high, I have to be high for a really long time, and I have to be really, really, really high to go into a coma. But it could still happen. My organs just fail at a really, really, really slow rate, and my eyes slowly degrade. So long story short, it kills me, but just in a completely different way. So those are kind of my two options. If I go low, I could die quickly. If I go high, I die slower. There are sometimes days like yesterday where I was high for most of the day. Didn't feel good, felt like shit. I wanted to fucking die. But it's just, it happens sometimes because I fuck up on a meal. And fucking up once on a meal can screw me up for days. Like, I screwed up pretty bad, not this past Saturday, but the Saturday before, or Friday before. And, because I tried something with dinner. And I tried making a stew, and I miscounted. And, long story short, I wanted to die for the next 3 days. Because that's how fucking shitty I felt. My blood sugar was high. My head felt like it was on fire. I had no energy. I couldn't sleep. And yes, I could give myself a massive injection to bring myself down all of a sudden, but then you have the opposite problem of, okay, what if I go low? Or alternatively, what if I go low because I live alone? So I have to be careful with this shit. What if I go low? Slash, how do I bring myself down slowly? Because if you bring yourself down really fast, it shocks your body because your body's used to being high for a little bit, right? So your body's just like, well, I'm high right now. So if I go down to normal levels, I'm going to feel like garbage for like 5 hours and be more or less out of commission and have no energy and not be able to do anything. It's the equivalent of chronic fatigue at that point. It's just like, why not give yourself a small injection? Because if you give yourself a small injection without taking any food, it's basically the way that you bring yourself down when you're really high is you give yourself a tiny little bit extra every meal until you work yourself down and try and do physical exercise, if you have the energy, to bring yourself down slowly. So you can't like shock yourself down. And if I give myself an injection with no food, then I could develop what's even worse, which is an insulin resistance, which is a resistance to synthetic insulin. And if I develop a resistance to synthetic insulin, I'm just kind of fucked. So you don't want that. You don't want to give yourself insulin when you're not taking food because I can develop an insulin resistance, which is bad. Insulin resistance is basically what type 2 is. Now, if you're a type 1 diabetic and not producing any insulin, and you also have insulin resistance, yeah, you want to spend some time in the hospital? Which I'd rather not. So, TLDR, it's like, all the risks versus reward. Is it worth it to eat a pizza? Not really. Is it worth it to just, like, sit down and eat a block of cheese? Not really. Is it worth it to fuck up counting on breakfast and go high all day? No. And if I lived in the States, there would be the added problem of, oh, I'm paying for all my insulin in cash. Okay, well, I need 2 boxes of insulin every 2 months. My long-acting and short-acting. My all-night insulin and my daytime insulin. I've got 2 different kinds of insulin. 3 injections during the day during meals of short-acting. 1 big injection at night for long-acting to get me through the night. You want to know the fun bit? Those boxes are $300 each. Well, I have coverage because I live in Canada. So we have this thing called communism and healthcare. So I get to not pay for that. Well, that combined with all the other little bits and pieces that I need to not fucking die in the States, then you also have the added issue of, oh, I also have to pay for these out of pocket if you don't have insurance. So suddenly you go from, all right, not only am I min-maxing my meals so that I don't go high or low, but also I'm min-maxing my meals so that I'm taking as little insulin as possible so that I don't need to buy insulin as frequently. In order to do math, I basically have to do 20 different equations a day. More or less, yeah. It's not too far off. But how does a pancreas solve this problem? Pancreas just takes the carbohydrates, gives it insulin, transfers the carbohydrates into nutrients and energy, and boots it back into the bloodstream. So if I don't take any insulin and I eat stuff, it goes right past my pancreas and I urinate it right out. So instead of just existing and eating like a normal person, I literally just piss all the time. I mean, I literally, my life is a min-maxing graph management game, and it sucks. And if I fuck it up, I feel like shit and want to die. Like, that's literally my options. It's like I can function or I want to die. And everything going high or going low makes my eyes degrade, and as somebody who already has shitty eyes, whoo! So, yeah, I don't know. Sorry for the same fucking rant I've done a million times, but it's my life. Please do me a huge favor, Orange, and I think I've told you this before. Don't ever call me buddy. Just don't do it. Don't do it. Don't ever do it. Don't call me buddy. I've hit people in the head for calling me buddy. I almost started a bar fight because somebody called me buddy. Don't call me buddy. You know, that is the most chicken shit thing you could say, Banana. Fuck you. Don't worry, transhumanism's coming. We'll all be robots. No, fuck you, we won't. Just don't fucking do it. It's got nothing to do with the South Park joke. It's just demeaning as hell. It's the equivalent of saying, hello, little boy. Hi, little guy. What's up, buddy? And it's funny because, like, a lot of dudes don't get that. But as kind of a skinny dude, I get that shit a lot. It's like the equivalent of saying, okay, little guy, fuck you. And I'm being genuine. Fuck you. You call me buddy, I will hurt you in public. That's how you piss me off in person. Just call me buddy. I'm not mad, to be clear. Not even remotely. But don't do that. Call me mate or bro. Both of those are fine. But neither of those equal, okay, little guy. Oh, it's definitely a regional thing. Here, it's a straight up insult. You want to get hit? Call somebody buddy. Here's the thing, right? If you know me well, sure. But it's kind of like me calling Rhinestone a cunt. Rhine's a good cunt. I like the guy. But if I call you a cunt, I mean to hurt, right? If Rhinestone calls me buddy in person, I know Rhinestone pretty well. He can call me buddy. But if you say, okay, buddy, fuck you. Fuck you. Does that make sense? I'm a shit guy. You know it, man. Don't call me buddy or bud. I will fight you. I will fight you. Unless you know me really fucking well, don't call me either of those things. Although, Hobo, you know me well enough. You could call me bud and I wouldn't give a shit. Because you know me well. Right? Like, I consider you a friend. You're somebody that I know. I've never spoken with Orange. I don't know you. Don't call me buddy. But the problem is like, I bring this shit up and then chat's just like, let's mock this shit. I'm like, whew, Clearly, you've never been patronized by somebody who's taller than you or bigger than you. Holy shit, the royal treasure from the humans arrived. That's the first time in like 10 years. Wonder what happened this year. As well as their caravan. They also haven't traded with us in a while. But their caravan just left immediately. But yeah, no, around here, like, I think I can count on one hand the number of times someone's actually called me buddy in a not shitty way. Around here, it's like, oh, okay, buddy. No one says it in a non-patronizing fashion. It's always patronizing. It's always like, hey, little guy. Like, I call my 14-year-old cousin Bud. You call a child Bud. Don't call an adult Bud. Zachy, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. And the dwarves are like, why have you been so long? It's good to have you back, though. I'm curious if what news they brought. I mean, I know why. It's because of all the Australians you hang out with, Ryan. See, man is like addressing an equal. Same with dude. Dude and man are like very much addressing an equal. It's like, hey, equal. But hey, buddy is like, hey, little guy. Hey, child. Bromade, cunt, dickhead, twat, whack. Wanka. That's funny. See, like, I'd rather you call me any of those things like bear than buddy. People need to realize, like, how different, like Eastern Canada is from Western Canada. Culturally, it's quite a bit different. But on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Also, someone in chat's probably thinking, Blind's mad. Nah, none of you pissed me off today. Not even remotely close. This is just stuff I like talking about and I'm having fun. So what's news? Ooh. Mater, Tomater, Save Amazed, has become the Lord of the Fellowship of Thimbles, replacing Kular Misty Rakes. And over here, Kular Misty Rakes became the Lawgiver of the Confederacy of Sport, replacing Osush Tattoo Brims. Somebody must have died over there. Not necessarily. Yeah. Oshush seems to be dead. R.I.P. Generally, I don't actually ban people when I'm mad. I usually ban people when I'm disappointed because they said something shitty. That's usually why I ban people. I'm sorry. Good falafel's so good, though. 80 years in the world you're generating, and the blue came with the giant sea, kind of weird. It appeared after a world generating, and you cannot find into legends. Oh, if it's blue, it means it's probably a good biome. And good biomes spawn in after world generation. It's a magical biome. The Sea of Assault? Yep, that checks out. Unicorns are deadly? I've never had problems with unicorns attacking my dwarves. I've certainly seen, like, people tell stories, and I've seen combat logs of it, but I've never actually had a problem with unicorns hurting my dwarves. Which is odd. Hello, Omelette. What's up? But yeah, no, I'll get snappy, but, like, it's actually way harder to genuinely make me angry than people think. Like, me genuinely angry is kind of rare. Like, usually when I'm, like, you know, ranting, it's, believe it or not, for show. I'm not as ranty or angry a person as some people seem to think I am. It depends on what's being said. What does the X at the beginning mean? It means it's more decayed, which is why I'm selling it. I'm basically selling my used clothing. Keep the interviews up? Do my best. I will do my best to keep them up. Blind as Mel? Generally, yeah. It's been a really long time since I've been genuinely mad on stream. At least like 8 months. Maybe more. Really, Ryan? That must be some fun slang to get into the vocab. Yeah, I love the response to the last interview I did. People are like more or less it's been overwhelmingly positive, the response to it, which is really nice. Cheers, Jamie's been reelected. Typical. Yeah, the second mayor died, unfortunately. We had a two-party system for a good, like, 4 years or so, with every year a different person getting elected, and then, like, they were alternating, and then one of them died of old age. Well, I mean, at least Cheers Jamie was born in this fort, so they know this fort real well. I've had good baklava. That's not soggy. Wait, what? Why is Goat's grieving? Dwelling upon somebody's death. It's been a while since anybody died, though. Why did you... Weird. You're a sub who gifted it? Zest the Deeper. The Derper. Zest the Derper gifted it. Who's somebody from the realm of YouTube who was very kind and gifted 2 subscriptions earlier. Looks outside. This fortress is a big old hole in the ground. Dwarves always want nature converted into a great mining pit. So that's quite literally what I'm doing with this fort. I also have a big old tower that's also above ground. This fortress is my plea to people that, yes, you can play on the previous version and have dwarves outside getting rained on all the time, and they don't generally go insane. Maybe like 1 in 30 will. The rest are all totally fine. And that's just good character. How the fuck did I end up with scroll lock on? Well, I mean, you earned it. You hung around and the algorithm decided that you get one. Plump. Gotta wait for the umbrella update. Nah, that'll be too OP. I'm just kind of imagining like little roller coaster tycoon umbrellas popping up above all the dwarves. You're way too funny. Ow, my shoulder. I slept on my shoulder funky last night and it's like all wrecked this morning. Looking forward to finishing streaming tonight so I can go stretch for like 30 minutes. But yeah, no, that's the nice thing about gifting subs is there's plenty of people who watch this stream who'd never be able to afford subscriptions that have had subscriptions for a really long time. Because people gift them subs. Mary Poppins their way down to safety. Whee! It's like a parachute. Although dwarves should come equipped with parachutes. I've never actually been hit by an umbrella, so I can't speak to it, whether or not they're good weapons. I've been hit by a baseball bat. That hurts. No. I can tell you that right now. Impale. It's similar but less painful. I would assume that there would be like more cushion when getting hit by an umbrella. I mean, I don't need a weapon around here, but I do need an umbrella, so that's why I carried an umbrella and not a weapon. Yeah, I got hit in the shoulder real bad with a baseball bat when I was working in fast food. Well, not real bad. Real bad would imply I got heavily injured. There was 2 guys that were fighting outside, and one of them had a bat. The guy with the bat knocked the guy on the ground, and me and a friend who were working ran outside to try and break up the fight so the guy with the bat would stop hitting the guy on the ground. We shoved him backwards, and he turned around and went whap, and then my friend grabbed the bat and ripped it out of his hand, and the guy booked it. Good times. Put it that way. Good fucking times. No, ow. Yeah, no, that sounds like a real good way to get hit in the head. Especially if you were blindfolded. A la Pinata style. We're up to midsummer. is exist out of their reach, and you won't have to duck with your arms as sacrifices. Yeah, no, getting hit with a bat's probably not the worst injury I've ever gotten. That would definitely be getting hit by a car. That hurt more, but it's some of the most pain I've ever been in. Although I would get hit with a bat again any day, assuming it wasn't in the head, over getting sprayed with pepper spray again. Because there was a night where there was, you know, a lot of people that got kicked out of a bar, or the pub ended early and a lot of people ended up just kind of outside with nothing to do. So a lot of them wandered into McDonald's, and there was a guy who obviously made an advance on a lady right behind me, and she definitely pulled out pepper spray and definitely sprayed him in the face with it. And I was definitely just changing a garbage right behind them, and definitely looked up right as it was happening and definitely got indirect pepper spray right in my face. I would rather get hit in the bat with a bat again than having to go through that shit again. Fuck that. Fuck all of that. Never want to have to deal with that shit again. Don't ever get pepper sprayed. This human's playing this musical instrument, which is really cool. See? Play glom. 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 Which is a big old drum. It sucked, Bastet. I was launched like, I don't know, 3 meters into a blackberry bush and woke up on the blackberry bush. Real bad by you and McDonald's? I mean, I don't think our cameras worked well enough to be able to identify the person. Otherwise, I would have tried to press charges. As we looked the person up, and camera was shitty. She didn't walk all the way into the building. There's no way in hell we could have figured out who she was. Maybe if they actually updated their cameras at some point, then sure. I mean, we had to shut the whole building down, stop taking orders for like an hour while we aired out the building. We all went and stood outside. You couldn't be inside during that point. I mentioned a 3-point ricochet of a baseball in PE as a kid. You know, a true story, I've never actually hit a ball with a bat. I've never been able to do that. I've tried to play baseball before, and I've only ever struck out. I've never actually been able to hit a ball with a bat. I don't know how the fuck people do that shit. Not having depth perception makes it real difficult. That's kind of scary. How many times you got hit in the face during football? And that's why football players are missing teeth, right? It's like you accidentally like installed a homing device in that ball, banana. I've tried everything. Because when I was younger, kids would be like, yo, let's play baseball. And I'd be like, this sounds like a horrible idea. Have you ever typed? Because, like, I can just type. I've typed all my life. Never had a problem with just the keyboard. It's called stretching your hands like anything else to avoid repetitive strain injury. Don't you get pain from using a mouse for a while? Using a mouse only is a pain. It's a matter of what your hands are used to doing and whether or not you stretch them. You should always stretch them. That hurts. You should get your hands checked, my friend. I mean... You should stretch your hands better. Or get a better keyboard. I've never had a problem. I guess so. I don't know. I mean, I've never had a problem using the keyboard. And I stream... I mean, I stream like 8 to 10 hours a day. 6 days a week. And I've never had a problem with my hands. Yeah, no, controllers give me hand cramps. I can't use controllers for more than 2 hours without getting hand cramps. But it's like, it's just a whatever you're used to and stretch your hands. Like I'm stretching my hands right now because I'm just letting the dwarves do their thing and have off time, which they certainly need. So that they can socialize and make friends and make fucking babies. I mean, I can't play games like that have super fast key combinations without my hands hurting. But Dwarf Fortress doesn't have super fast key combinations. I can hit them as fast or as slowly as I want. It's no different than typing. You can use the mouse. Just, like, turn on mouse support and use DF hack. There are mods for that. You can just turn on mouse support for all the menus. As I always tell people, it's a thing you want, or you think you want, but you don't actually want that. Keyboard's way easier. Because, like, believe it or not, versus one's much easier. Keyboard is clumsy? What the fuck makes you think the keyboard's clumsy? Keyboard's super precise. Incredibly fast. Super easy. It's not going to be any different on the Steam version. I mean, you'll be able to do it naturally without having to mod anything, but it's not going to be any less clumsy on the Steam version. But it's okay. Nobody ever listens to me for that. So we'll see. If you want funky shapes, I just draw the funky shapes. Keyboard is precise, user is clumsy? Yes. Click and drag, though, instead of pixel paint? I will still use keyboard. I don't know. This is an apples and oranges. This is a personal opinion discussion, so it's silly. A happy dwarf. Anatomical studies. Ferocity, remembering being attacked. Probably by a buzzard. You use mouse for menus and stuff? Nah. Nothing can beat UMQ and I mean, it's just like when people ask me, they're like, how do you not get eye strain not using dark mode? Well, I turn my monitor brightness down. I know, it's a shocker for some people. All my monitors are at minimum contrast and minimum brightness. Never had a problem with light mode. Because I can't use dark mode. Literally can't see well enough to use dark mode. Man, this is one of my biggest asks. I want descriptions for socializing. This organizational activity will branch out into specific social events. I've always wanted that. But yeah, no, I don't know. I don't really have anything to say when people are just like, I can't wait for Steam version for keyboard use, or I don't want to play this game with mouse only, or without mouse. And I always look at that and I'm like, okay. I don't really have anything to say about it. Because, like, I can argue that I disagree and that I think keyboard is a better way to play a game like this because of how grid-based it is. But people of that have already made their minds up, have made their minds up, and they're never going to change their minds, and there's nothing I can do to change their minds. So it's kind of a non-starter, non-conversation for me. So if I seem like I'm just kind of blowing it off, I'm not. It's just, I have nothing to say, because, well, what do I say? I think keyboard's faster. And even given the option, we'll still use keyboard. Fair enough. I see too many dark spots and spots to be able to discern between dark backgrounds and text. Yep, no, it's just I don't want to seem like I'm brushing it off. I mean, I'm certainly keen for the Steam version, but I'm keen for the Steam version for different reasons than I think most people are. Most people are keen for the Steam version because official tile set, official music, and more traditional menus and easier to learn interface. Cool. That's why most people are excited. I'm excited because Toady gets to make bajillions of dollars and there will be more people playing it. And as somebody who creates entertainment based on this game, for me, that's a exciting prospect because it means that I can do this longer. I have 4,500 hours in RimWorld. What would you like to know about it? Actually, that's an exaggeration. It's closer to 4,000. Closer to 4,000. Between Steam and pre-Steam. Put about 1,100 hours into the game before Steam and then another few thousand in afterwards. As part of Better Twitch TV, you can actually disable unreadable name colors in Pale. So anybody that has a perfectly white or perfectly black username on Twitch, they just show up as gray to me. I did that ages ago. So if you have a perfectly black or perfectly white username on Twitch, it just shows up as gray. It's the best Better Twitch TV edition. I think FFC also has a similar option, but I just use the Better Twitch TV one because I've always used the Better Twitch TV one. Actually, no, I won't do crafts. Let's cancel that. Let's do bone ring. Really? I don't think I've had to redo my settings for Better Twitch the entire time I've had them. So that sucks, but I've never had that problem. And I've been using Better Twitch since like well, with the exception of me reinstalling Windows, but I don't count that. That sucks though. Okay, well then that's on you, not Better Twitch. That is your decision there. Yeah, see, I literally sell my information for a living, kind of, by just, like, broadcasting, so, like, my privacy is null. Well, I'm not a programmer on Better Twitch, so please don't come at me with your complaints about Better Twitch. I'd rather not read them. It's not something I have any control or any sympathy for. If you've got issues with it, that's fine. Take it up with them, not me. It's irrelevant. And don't use it. I will. Although I will say that Night Dev's a piece of shit. The guy that makes it. It's complete fucking ass. But, you know. It's the thing that allows me to use the website because I need the accessibility features. Just venting. Fair enough. It's just like, I don't know. I don't work for Better Twitch, so I have no real input on the matter. I'm also not super heavy on the privacy settings because, like, well, I kind of can't be. Yep, that is what you're seeing. We are slaughtering the most recent stock of sheep. There's always feasts in this fort. Always. It's time to make more sheep leather hats or shoes. $1,000 years of feasts? Pretty much. Wait, what did Pilot Guy do? I'm confused now. Because they were talking about gifting subs. I gifted you a sub. That wasn't Pilot Guy that did that. Well, I don't even know if Pilot's still here. Might be. But yeah, no, to anybody who's just stumbled into the channel from the YouTube realm, cheers. Because those interviews are real fun to do, but they're hard. They're hard on me physically, and they take a lot of legwork in advance. So, cheers, guys. It's about the changed one. Can't not speak of. Okay, now I'm confused. That's okay, though. I'm usually confused. I mean, I know what you're saying, but I'm also confused. So it's don't worry about it, Diamond. I have no idea what you're talking about. But yeah, no, those interviews take a lot of work on the back end that might not seem immediately obvious. So it's really nice when people are happy that I do them, because it's like between streaming and then prepping for the interviews, it's generally like the equivalent of about 4 14-hour days in a row between then and then editing the actual interview. It's a lot of extra time I have to put in to get those done. You keep rewatching them? Tarn's just a very charismatic, fun person to listen to. Like, I re-listen to those interviews because I like listening to him talk. Although there's only one interview with Tarn that I'm not super fond of, and that's the no-clip interview. And the only reason I'm not super fond of it is because I was super excited for that video, because I heard it was coming way before it came out. And then it dropped, and it was literally the exact same interview he gave like 4 other times that year, and it's like, really? Like, come on, Danny. Danny O'Dwyer, I love your stuff. You do good work, but like, really? It's the exact same interview? Come on. I had more faith in you than that. About that interview as the cat story. It's literally just let's talk about the same bugs that Tarn talks about in every interview, and it's kind of a, really? Which just kind of sucks, but, you know. I think we'll go till fall, and then we'll switch to War Sim. What do you guys think, chat? It's excellent marketing for the game, but for people who've played the game, it's extremely disappointing, which is what I try and do with my interviews, right? I try and get him talking about stuff that's interesting for people who play Dwarf Fortress or are more interested in either current events or like the point of view of somebody who's educated in the game, essentially, like someone who knows how to play the game and plays the game. It's like, yes, cats. What annoys me about that whole interview is like, it's also like out of date enough that they missed the more recent, more interesting bug, the one of like children mind controlling their parents to death. Like everybody's heard the story of how Dwarf Fortress killed all the cats, right? There's been more just as exciting bugs since then that no one talks about, which is very funny to me. Explain that now. So, in the last major update to Dwarf Fortress, before the one that just came out a week or so ago, there was Villains Part 1. Villains Part 1 introduced the ability to pet animals and pets in adventure mode and also ride mounts. Now, the way riding mounts in adventure worked previously was unit would get onto the mount, so like a horse or a beak dog or an elephant or something else, and then they would charge, and the animal's AI would also be evil. So the way that would work is they would just charge into your base just like the normal soldiers would. So basically the soldiers like along for the ride, right? So the animal's AI takes over and basically just steers the soldier in your base and you stab them to death like you normally would. Now in adventure mode, he had to change it so that when you mount the creature, you have control. The person on top has control versus the creature underneath so that you could steer the mount in adventure mode. Well, the way it worked when a parent carried a baby is it counted the baby as mounting the mother. Now, before this was fine because the mother would be carrying the baby and the mother would still have the AI. However, when he changed this, it changed the AI so that the baby has control. Now, baby AI is walk away from all food sources and starve to death, or fall in off a big cliff, or walk into magma, or kill yourself, or do what babies do, which is wander away and die. So mothers would give birth to baby would mount mom, and mom would walk around like a zombie until they died. And there was one way to feed them, which was zone them specifically on a food stockpile, and they would just live there until the baby grew to be 1 year old and get off of mom, and then mom would get her AI back. So the game was literally unplayable unless you turn on Dwarven Contraception, which stops them from having babies, basically. You disable it in the game files for like a solid 2 weeks. Yeah, that was fun. No one talks about that shit. Everyone talks about them killing cats. That's old news. Come on, get with the program. Want to talk about Dwarven bugs? Let's talk about things that are more recent. Anyway, the annual tribute from Basti Pame and Nulon Abo have arrived. Stone is here, so paperwork time, sir. Yeah, that's what I was wondering, Pilot, too. I also have no idea what he was talking about. I mean, all of the most viewed interviews with Tarn recounts the cat genocide. I mean, well, if he's not, I'll just screenshot it for later. Should I? Screenshot it for later, Stone? If he's not here, I mean, obviously, we need to do that. Don't mind the dead sheep in the middle of the sheep field. Yeah, me too. I'd also like to know what you were caught doing, Pilot. And his name is John Cena? Dum da dum dum. And his name was Dead Memes! Hey look, a donkey and a bull. We'll call it a bulky. Council of Men are being kind to this year. You also can't see me because I have my camera off. Oh, now I understand. talking about the counting room on Discord. I was so confused. I still don't know why we started over. O's? What do you mean O's? Is this a good old-fashioned case of today I fucked up? God, I missed that trend on the internet. Today I fucked up. Oh, no, because I realized what Diamond was talking about, so I had a big old... Where's the other one? Okay, you guys are leaving. Ah, there you are. You okay there? This human seems to be having a hard time with the staircase. Are you okay there? Come on, human. His axeman that's following him is making it real hard for him to get down the stairs. There we go. Am I the asshole? I'd much prefer Today I Fucked Up. Today I Fucked Up sounds way better than Am I the Asshole? They live in a village and they don't have staircases? True, yes. Stairs are hard. They require both feet coordination. I can't hum, so I shouldn't. Although, to those of you who like the Tarn Adams interviews, I'm trying to get an interview with a different developer for a different video game. There's a lot of that on the internet these days. Today I fucked up. I dropped my baby off a wall in Dwarf Fort. It's like, yes, you're the bad guy. Also, today you fucked up. All right, I'm assuming you got it. So, because you said anyway, I got them. All right. Chat room. That is 5 hours at Dwarf. Maybe a little more, actually. 5 hours and 10 minutes at Dwarf. I think we're going to call it for Dwarfs for today. I expelled a Dwarf. We did some more crafting stuff. I worked on my trap tunnel. But generally, it was one of those let time pass days. It was just generally one of those let time pass days. Tomorrow, I'm going to need to quell the cow population, so we eating burgers, my friends. Although we've got plenty of sheep. I still need to get me a lady unicorn, because my lady unicorns all died. So I have to, because I had this problem where they started starving to death because I accidentally had too many of them in there. Current year is year 160, which means we are at year 155. We've been here for 3 years today. I mean, Redbeard should be playing Red Dead Redemption. It fits your name. I'm what? That's a thing? That seems very strange to me, Redbeard. Also, like an odd detail to put in that. And then again, that game has modeled horse testicles, so, you know, fucking what do I know? Anyway, so I think that's it for Dwarfs for today. We're not done, though, with the stream. So if you're like, Dwarfs is done, I'm tuning out. No. We're going to go play a few hours of War Sim. Or at least an hour and a half. Probably more. We'll see. War Sim is, I saw someone calling it Dwarf Fortress Lite. It's also the game that I'm trying to get an interview with the dev. So we'll see if I can set that up. I'm taking Thursday off this week because I have a doctor's appointment. But I'll see if I can get that done on Thursday. Maybe have it up on Friday. We'll see.